Chapter 1755. There were many imitators, but in an instant, more people rushed into the turbid substance. What's going on? Those cautious people were completely dumbfounded at this time. However, there was no one to answer their doubts. Those who rushed into the turbid substance acted like Chu Yang and instantly discovered the wonders of it. At this time, they hated themselves for discovering it too late. How could they have the mood to talk? However, there were some who couldn't help but shout. Sure enough, Chu Wudi is really a genius. Everyone avoids the turbid substance like a snake or scorpion, but only he discovered the mystery of it. Chu Wudi is indeed Chu Wudi, mighty. Don't snatch it. Can you let me say something? Fuck. I discovered it too late. I'm really speechless. There was a great commotion. There were exclamations, curses, complaints. Many people were frantically snatching the remaining turbid substance, and some even fought over it. The scene was even more chaotic, making those who stopped to watch completely dumbfounded. The primordial tribe, Flame Sect, Five Poison Sect, Nether Tribe, Wind God Tribe, and others began to feel uneasy at this moment. Hee, Chu Wudi is an idiot. Chu Wudi is really an idiot. With so many people, the turbid substance would soon be snatched clean. Among them, some who had grudges with the primordial tribe, Flame Sect, Five Poison Sect, and others began to make sarcastic remarks. That's right. Chu Wudi is really the #1 idiot in the world. I'm dying of laughter, huh? He's not just the #1 idiot in the world. He has never seen such an idiot like him. He actually dared to absorb the poisonous substance that has been proven to be harmful. Chu Wudi, this is really the most stupid decision. More people echoed, and their tone was even more sarcastic, full of sarcasm and sarcasm. It seemed that they were mocking Chu Yang, but it was self-evident who they were mocking because these words were almost the same as those who mocked Chu Yang just now. Could it be that the turbid substance is really a treasure? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The people from the primordial clan were still in disbelief. However, their voices were already trembling. Chu Yang looked at their appearance and sneered in his heart, but he did not find it strange. They were naturally not stupid, but they were bound by their inherent understanding. But what they did was so silly. Who are you laughing at? Huh? The mocking laughter that filled the skies caused the originally dazzling first child, who was in the 8th level of heavens, to feel blood rush to his face. He couldn't help but recall the disdainful words he used to mock Chu Yang. That's all there is to it. Humph. Although that humph did not say anything, it had said everything. He had definitely thought that Chu Yang was a fool, but what about now? At this moment, the first child felt as if he was in the depths of hell. He couldn't wait to escape immediately. The so-called primordial chi, the so-called ambition, at this time, he already didn't know what they were like. He would definitely be laughed at for a lifetime. The ears of Underworld Child, Feng Xinglei, Huo Wushuang, Five Poison Child, and other heavens prides were also filled with ridicule. Every ridicule seemed to be telling them that they were stupid beyond the heavens. Not only did they miss the supreme opportunity, but they also became a joke, especially when they found that the blessed child, the son of light, and the war god of the divine light cult were also on Chu Yang's side at this moment. They really wished they could bury their heads in the sand like ostriches. Why wasn't the divine light cult that stupid? But why were they so stupid? Chapter 1756. Very soon, the turbid substance was snatched clean. The initial child's lips began to turn white because he clearly felt that the surrounding initial chi was flowing down at an astonishing speed, destroying the last bit of hope in his heart. Every time the initial chi flowed, it was like a chapter in a story. It recorded everything and told him everything. It told him little by little how he had just made a fool of himself, how he had been tricked by Chu Wudi, how Chu Wudi had deceived him, how Chu Wudi had stolen all of his good fortune. Everything was so vivid in his mind. When he recalled it, he was really at a loss of what to do. The initial tribe, Flame Worship Sect, Five Poison Sect, and others had all become mutes. They could no longer laugh, ridicule, or even say a word. Facts speak louder than words. Puff! An old man from the primordial tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood due to shame and anger. He passed out from shame. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Most of the people could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. They could probably understand that feeling. It was probably more uncomfortable than being cut into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. It wasn't just the original clan, but also the flame-worshipped divine sect, Five Poison sect, and the others. Many of their elders were so embarrassed that they fainted, collapsing on the ground. This place was in chaos. Haha, this is indeed the best choice. Fainting is indeed the best choice. Anyway, if I faint, no matter how funny I am, what can you all laugh about? Hee hee, if they have a little bit of Chu Woody's shamelessness, I'm afraid they will feel better. No, they don't need Chu Woody's high moral character. If they have a little bit of brain, such a thing won't happen. I sincerely kneel down to them. That's reasonable. People who are about to die of old age can't even notice such an obvious thing, and they are still mocking and ridiculing. Who is laughing at who? Who is the joke? Now, they should understand. If they had discovered it earlier, we would have been able to get a share of the loot. What a pity. Sigh. Someone also felt extremely regretful. Similar words were heard everywhere. No matter if it was the Genesis tribe or the sect of Flame, they were all blushing and burning with shame. Moreover, they were dizzy and felt blood rushing to their heads. Even the scenery before them was blurred. The old one has no eyesight and is as stupid as a fool. The young one is also of the same lineage. As expected of the same lineage. There's no saving them, haha. The area of effect of this sentence was simply too large. The child of beginning, the child of destiny, and the others all took their seats one by one, and they almost fainted. Even mocked Chu Woody. Sigh. I really don't have any words to describe it. How could someone like Chu Woody be so shabby? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. They don't even understand such a basic principle. I can only use one word to describe them. Awesome. Not only that, even with Chu Woody's violent temper, he didn't react even after being ridiculed. There are 10,000 things that are wrong, yet they didn't notice it at all. What a joke. If you ask me, this isn't stupidity. It's just like what they said. They are arrogant by nature, and they look down on and belittle everyone they see. Great, this time, they have completely fallen. They have fallen into a big joke, hee hee. Every sentence was ear-piercing and pierced their hearts. Every sentence that fell into the ears of the Genesis tribe was like being struck by lightning. They actually didn't see such a big flaw. They deserved to be laughed at and looked down on. At this moment, they all felt that they were stupid and wanted to slap themselves. Chapter 17:57. Son of all beasts, you're just a piece of rat shit. You've ruined the whole pot of soup. The Genesis and the sect of fire had already started to save themselves. Chu Yang didn't care at first, but he thought that if this went on, the public opinion would be manipulated and the fire would be transferred to him. That would be unpleasant. After all, he had collected the most turbid matter. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, I can't let them lead the discussion. Immediately, he took the lead and poured oil on the fire. You're just a piece of rat shit. Rat shit. Xiao Qiyu also looked at the son of all beasts with disdain. Rat shit. The son of light also muttered. He also felt that the turbid matter he had absorbed was too little. The son of all beasts found himself speechless in the face of the public's condemnation. As the son of all beasts, he thought that he was the most shameless person in the world. He was thick-skinned and black-hearted. How could he forgive himself for doing such a kind thing? I owe my mouth. Slap. The son of all beasts slapped himself in the face in annoyance and sighed deeply. He was like Xiang Yu, who had been defeated and had no words to say to his elders. It seemed like a slap to the son of 10,000 Bees' face, but it was actually a slap to the faces of the primordial tribe and the sect of fire. It was burning hot and painful. They could only watch helplessly as a group of bastards divided the supreme treasure in front of them. What were they doing when the other party was desperately collecting the supreme treasure? You think this is enough? Grind this rat shit for me. Chu Yang saw that this was not bad and continued to add insult to injury. Many people obeyed the order and rolled up their sleeves. The son of all beasts was sweating profusely. He immediately used the method of die, then die himself, and pointed at Chu Yang. You collected at least half of the turbid matter. Give me some immediately. Boom. The group of people, who had been staring at the son of all beasts like wolves and tigers, suddenly turned to stare at Chu Yang. Oh my, this thing is also good at killing a fellow Taoist rather than himself. However, Chu Yang didn't care. Even if the son of all beasts didn't reveal it, the Genesis tribe and the others would definitely reveal it. He might as well deal with them once and for all. He rolled up his sleeves and pointed at them one by one. This Invincible found it, so this Invincible took it. What's wrong with that? You've been living a good life with me, but in the end, you dare to glare at me and bare your teeth. You guys are all ingrates. In an instant, the group of wolves and tigers lost their imposing manner. Their words were crude, but reasonable. If they did not collect enough turbid matter, it was indeed because they were not capable enough. Chu Yang began to direct the fire and continued. If it weren't for this piece of rat shit, we would have made a fortune. Those fools wouldn't know what's going on. We'll take the gold and silver and show it in front of those fools. Let them see the color and shine. I reckon they'll beg us to ask, brother, where did you get rich? Tell us the way, don't you think so? Everyone was speechless. Chu Yang had the face of a nouveau riche, but they found that the eyes of the Genesis tribe, the sect of flame, and the others were about to spit fire. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. Chu Yang is obviously trying to humiliate the people of the original clan. Is he trying to ruthlessly slap their faces in front of everyone? The mood of the Genesis child and the five poison child was even more indescribable. Your family is gloomy and gloomy, but my family is smiling. Those who had been living a good life with Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. They were very happy because these words hit the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1758. On the other hand, the initial child and the other prodigies had become a joke. Even prodigies like Xiao Qiuyu had no choice but to compete with them in the end. They had never thought of such a thing, nor had they ever encountered such a thing. Just thinking about it made them laugh even in their dreams. Haha. Chu Yang was also overjoyed. This time, he had also made a fortune in silence. He continued. Then, we immediately rolled our eyes at that idiot and said, Idiot, the gold and silver treasures are right under your feet, but you didn't pick them up. Instead, you came to ask me for help. I say, you're here to humiliate me, right? The group of people laughed crazily again. Wasn't that so? In particular, this idiot was a supreme prodigy from the initial tribe, the flame worship sect, the initial child, the underworld child, and the other supreme prodigies. They were even more delighted. This matter was enough to be discussed for a lifetime. Chu Yang didn't want to embarrass the origin clan. So, he ended this topic and said again, Everyone, this Invincible asks you to pay attention. This time, I will tell you the correct way to open it. He soared into the sky and landed on the 4th floor of the 9-tiered heaven. Then, he hid the time rule into the void lotus and swallowed it whole. In fact, he was so fast that no one knew what he ate. Of course, no one knew the specific process. When the void lotus and the time rule entered Chu Yang's body, he used the turbid substance to dissolve and erode it. He integrated the time rule and time rule contained in the two into the turbid substance. Chu Yang had been sensing the turbid substance for a long time and confirmed that it had a special characteristic. It could contain everything in the world and completely obliterate it. This was like a fallen leaf that fell to the ground and was corroded and decomposed. In the end, the nutrients contained in it returned to the ground again, fertilizing the soil and then allowing the soil to grow new trees. The initial qi was like the power of germination. The power of growth could make the seed germinate and grow. At this moment, Chu Yang used the time rule and time rule as the seed, the turbid substance as the soil, and the initial qi as the power of growth. We can start now. The turbid substance dissolved very quickly in the void lotus and the time rule. It was definitely a supreme divine object. Chu Yang began to guide the initial air from the periphery into his body, blending it into the turbid soil in an attempt to make the seed germinate. Boom! In just an instant, when the initial chi was integrated into it, it immediately erupted with endless golden light. A vigorous and vast life aura surged out. Suddenly, it expanded like a rubber ball, and dazzling golden light penetrated its body. The fusion of the primordial chi and the turbid matter gave birth to the seed of the precepts of space and precepts of time. A mysterious aura burst out, as if it was the beginning of the world. It made him feel like he was enlightened. Devour. Chu Yang confirmed that his judgment was correct. He began to madly devour the initial chi and fuse it with the turbid matter. Both were quickly absorbed by his body. Rumble. The next moment he was caught off guard, and a loud noise burst out from his body. It was as if someone had opened up the world in his body, treated him as the primordial chaos, and suddenly gave him a blow with an axe. His body shook violently, and he immediately coughed up blood. His body seemed to have cracked open, and dense blood-colored lines spread out like a spider's web. Chu Wudi, what is he doing? Could this be the correct opening method that he was talking about? Could it be that he didn't mean to tell us how to use the turbid substance? Chapter 1759. It hurts. Chu Yang wanted to curse, but recently he realized that he had cursed a little too much, so he restrained himself. However, he couldn't suppress the pain of his physical injuries. He gritted his teeth, and his body trembled. With every tremble, blood splashed out, and his body cracked open. He had suffered such heavy injuries from the beginning, making him wonder if he could last until the end. Carrying the Tao with the body, this wasn't easy, it was too difficult, and he had only just begun. He hadn't even carried out the true meaning of carrying the Tao with the body. Without a sound, two lines burst out from his body, a horizontal line and a vertical line. The horizontal line seemed to want to cut him in half. It cut across his waist and abdomen, revealing his intestines. It was a little horrifying. The vertical line followed the center of his body and cut down, a line of blood bursting out. Where the horizontal and vertical lines intersected, it was even more intense. There was a mess of flesh and blood, like mud. Lines of law. The horizontal line is the line of time, and the vertical line is the line of space. Although Chu Yang understood, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. His heart and liver were almost scared out of their wits. If he had been directly cut just now, he would have lost half his life. The birth of law seems to be related to my thoughts. It seems to follow my preferences, but I don't know if this is good or bad. Everything was in progress, and it was too late to stop it now. He could only hope that his judgment wasn't wrong. Next, where the vertical and horizontal lines intersected, it was like a seed that began to grow. His body was like soil as the roots spread out, extending into his flesh and blood. Every time the roots extended, Chu Yang felt a thin steel wire drill into his flesh, bones, and organs. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was too intense. Those roots were the law of space and time. They began to embed themselves into his body. Although the birth of law was much faster, it wasn't evenly distributed. This was an extremely great disadvantage. Turbid matter and initial energy were completely different. There was almost no pain. The law born in his flesh and blood was not only perfect, but also very evenly distributed. Comparing the two, Chu Yang didn't know which to choose. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Maybe this isn't right at all. He endured the pain and began to think intensely. After watching for a while, people gradually saw the clues. Those are the lines of law. Chu Wudi is using the turbid matter as well as the primordial chi to embed the laws into his flesh. He plans to use his corporeal body to carry the Tao. He's walking a path of death. The person who spoke was incomparably excited and astonished. Chu Yang was actually attempting this dead-end path of martial arts. Fleshly body as godhood. Fleshly body as a god? That's crazy. He's crazy. Lunatic, he's definitely a lunatic. It's absolutely impossible for the fleshly body to succeed, but he actually wants to surpass his predecessors and open up a brand new path. He's destroying his own martial path and committing suicide. I'll wait and see how he dies. If he doesn't die, I'll cut off his head and let you guys kick it around like a ball." Xiao Qiyu didn't say anything, but his mind buzzed. He was shocked. Fleshly body carrying the Tao. Such a crazy thing. He had previously deduced and even tried, but he couldn't do it at all. He even almost died. In the end, he completely gave up and concluded that it could only stay in his imagination. No one could make it a reality. Now, after he gave up on that thought, another person was doing the same thing, and it was Chu Wudi. Can he do it? Although he has the primordial qi and turbid matter. Chapter 1760. The eyes of the Genesis tribe, the sect of flame, and the others flickered. Apart from being shocked, they were secretly delighted. However, after suffering a loss once, they restrained their urge to ridicule. The Genesis child looked at Chu Yang without blinking. His heart was in turmoil. Carrying the Tao through the body was a completely different path. In the records of the divine world, no one had ever succeeded. However, all those that attempted to do so perished in the end, and they wrote down page after page of bloody lessons that were horrifying to the point that no one dared to attempt it in the future. He didn't dare, but Chu Wudi dared. This made him realize the difference between him and Chu Wudi. At least in terms of courage, he was not as good as Chu Wudi. The initial child closed his eyes in pain. This kind of inferiority was not only reflected in this, but also in the previous understanding of the turbid things. Previously, he thought that the turbid things were absolutely worthless, but Chu Wudi just happened to discover the mystery of it. Impossible. That's only for ordinary people. For those extraordinary people, it's impossible for them to be conquered. Somehow, the Genesis child had such a feeling in his heart. Chu Wudi could succeed. To be honest, he hated this feeling too much. Cough, cough. Chu Yang kept coughing up blood. His face was distorted, revealing an extremely painful expression. From the intersection of the horizontal lines and horizontal lines, many fine filament-like lines of law ran from his lower abdomen to his back, and everything that they met, they all ran through savagely. His internal organs, ribs, spine, and so on were all damaged. Then, the lines of law began to integrate into his flesh and blood. Fortunately, the turbid matter and the Genesis qi burst out with vigorous vitality. It had a great healing power and healed the injuries on his body. No, this isn't right. Chu Yang felt that something was wrong, but for a moment, he grasped that feeling. Then he finally understood. I'm like a modified person forcibly embedding some kind of ability into the body. He noticed that the compatibility with the lines of law was not enough, and the integration was not perfect. He was definitely unable to exert the greatest power, leaving behind a huge flaw. In a battle, such a flaw was grasped by the enemy. That would be fatal. What should I do? The deviation has already appeared. How can I return to the beginning? Crash. He closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. Then, the sound of flowing water could be heard from his body. People could only see a turbid substance gushing out, corroding the newly formed law lines bit by bit. After a long time, all the law lines disappeared. Turbid matter actually has such a miraculous effect. Doesn't this mean that turbid matter can reshape one's godhood? The Genesis tribe, the flame worship sect, the five poison sect, the underworld tribe, and the others were all shocked when they saw this scene. Their eyes lit up and burned with hope. However, it quickly dimmed down, and they couldn't help but grit their teeth. Some of them even slapped themselves fiercely in the face, feeling extremely vexed. Damn it, the turbid matter is even more miraculous than the origin chi. But what was I doing just now? What was I laughing about? How could this be? I actually missed such a divine object. Chu Wudi actually wasted such a divine item. The godhood was the carrier of the laws. Once it was successfully condensed, it was very difficult to change. There were too many people in the divine realm who only discovered the various flaws in their godhood after condensing it and increasing their cultivation base. However, they couldn't change it at all. They could only look at it and sigh. Chapter 1761. However, such a possibility had just been born in front of their eyes. but they had just brushed past it. One could imagine how they felt. At this moment, they even had the thought of killing themselves. It can be erased, but what should I do next? Chuyang fell in a deep thought for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes were very bright, making people feel that they were suddenly bright. Heaven and earth are the furnace, and nature is the work. Yin and yang are the coal, and all things are the copper. If I want to break through and carry the Tao with my body, how can I leave heaven and earth? His thoughts were connected, and his face could not help but reveal a smile after enlightenment. He said self-deprecatingly, "Maybe I can go back to the furnace and be rebuilt." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chuyang suddenly stood up in the void and swept through the first, second, third, and fourth levels of the initial chi. Then he went straight to the fifth, sixth, and seventh levels. His speed gradually slowed down, but it was still very fast. In just a short time, he entered the 8th level and then directly set foot on the 9th level. During this process, he was relaxed and did not feel the slightest pressure. For the initial sun and others, the 9th level was very difficult to reach, but for him, it was just a matter of raising his hand. Such a move made the initial sun and others dumbfounded. People were even more shocked. Oh my God, Chu Wudi is he still human? The 9th level is so easy, almost in a thought. How can this be endured by the group of heaven's prides? He doesn't have a divine lattice yet, but he did it. I'm not hallucinating, right? How is this possible? Since the opening of the starting ground, no one has been able to break through the 7th level. This time, the initial sun and Xiao Qiyu broke through to the 8th level. This news will shake the world, but Chu Wudi set foot on the 9th level so easily. Whoosh! Xiao Qiyu and the Blessed Child couldn't help but look at Chuyang in disbelief. Their pupils shook incessantly, revealing their current feelings without a doubt. At this moment, no one present could calm down. The 9th level, that was the 9th level of the initial chi, represented the 9th level of the 9th Celestial Palace. If Chuyang had reached the 9th level with great difficulty, they would have let it go, but he was so leisurely. Is it because of the turbid matter? While Xiao Qiyu was guessing the reason, he immediately heard sounds of intense shock and discussion. The primordial chi is gone. The primordial chi is gone. All of it has been swallowed by Chu Wudi. Are you kidding? No matter how capable Chu Wudi is, he simply cannot devour that much primordial aura. Even if he could devour all the primordial aura, he would definitely explode by now. How difficult is it to refine the primordial chi? If you're not a genius, you won't be able to do it. No matter how capable Chu Wudi is, how could he do it? Don't forget about the turbid matter. Didn't Chu Wudi collect all the turbid matter by himself? Then why can't he do the same for the initial chi? Amidst the uproar, Chuyang was still close to the eruption of the initial aura. Looking up, he asked, "Where does the initial aura come from? Can we enter it?" Wang. Hearing this, everyone felt like their brains were about to explode. What did they just hear? Chu Wudi actually wanted to fall into the initial flames trap? It should be possible, right? Everyone had yet to come back to their senses, and they were still staring blankly at Chuyang. Then, Chuyang's figure leapt, and he went straight into the initial volcano and disappeared from their sight. Chapter 1762. The crater of the initial volcano was very huge. It was not much different from a real fire. However, there was no billowing smoke, nor was there red magma. Inside, there were clouds and mist. That should be the initial chi, but it also didn't seem to be the initial chi. People couldn't be sure. The initial chi should be transparent now. There shouldn't be any impurities. How could it be like clouds and mist? After all, the initial chi on the 9th floor was already clear and bright. No one could see through that layer of mist. Therefore, no one knew what was going on inside the initial volcano. There were many people on the scene, but no one made a sound. Everyone was scared speechless by Chuyang's action without any warning. What kind of person, what kind of brain structure would dare to recklessly barge into the initial volcano like this? Was he not afraid of an accident happening inside and completely dying? Since the opening of the initial ground, there had been countless fights for the initial chi. However, nothing like this had ever happened. No one had ever thought about the initial volcano, and no one dared to enter the initial volcano. Chu Yang was the first, and also the only one. Perhaps he was the forerunner. There would be many people trying to enter the initial volcano later. Everyone's shocked mind gradually calmed down. Someone said, maybe this is not worth making a fuss about. The reason why no one entered the initial volcano was not because they didn't dare, but because they didn't have the ability. After all, they couldn't even reach the 8th floor. How could they talk about anything else? However, Chu Wuti did it, so why can't he enter? Many people nodded their heads in agreement with this reason. At the same time, they analyzed the purpose of Chu Yang's action. Come to think of it, Chu Wuti felt that the initial chi was not enough. Therefore, he wanted to barge into the initial volcano in hopes of obtaining more initial chi. Generally speaking, the initial volcano would only erupt once. After a while, it would continue to erupt again. It was very regular. In people's opinion, Chu Yang must also know about this. Maybe he wants an even bigger fortune. Only the source of the initial chi will have it. No matter what, this Chu Wuti is scary enough. In the past, no one had ever said that the initial chi was not enough. It all depended on who could refine how much. However, to him, countless geniuses, monsters, and many others could not refine the initial chi, yet he was able to refine it all. I'm afraid such a character only appears once in a million years. It's not wrong to say that he's invincible. If he's not invincible, who else can be invincible? Chu Wuti is different from everyone else. No matter who that person is, it's the same. He's unique and the most supreme. No one can compare to him. No matter what kind of genius you are, no matter what kind of rare genius you are, it's all the same. Many people could only exclaim in amazement. They could only exclaim in amazement. At this time, the starting child was also incomparably throbbing. Although he didn't want to admit it, he seemed to have no choice but to admit that he was indeed inferior to Chu Wuti. He had already admitted defeat before he even fought with Chu Wuti. For a person like him, nothing could make him feel worse than this. Mediocre. Looks like I'm really mediocre. Recalling Xiao Qiuyu's words to him, the bitterness in the starting child's heart was even more intense. Endless frustration flooded his heart, making his mood extremely depressed. At this moment, Xiao Qiuyu's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. There are many possibilities in the sword, and there are many possibilities in life. Just like you, who was caught off guard and made your life impossible for anyone to guess. What do you think is at the end of the initial volcano? Is it a great danger or a great fortune? Chapter 1763. If it's a great danger, I reckon Chu Wuti's corpse won't even be left. No one knows if he's dead or alive. If it's an opportunity, then that opportunity is something even the absolute beginning dominator never obtained. It's truly enviable. Who can imagine the origin of the initial volcano? It can erupt with initial chi, so no matter how extraordinary it is, it's definitely world-shaking. Even a dominator would yearn to enter. There's no doubt that the absolute beginning dominator might immediately appear when he senses this. Before this person's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The initial flame suddenly shook violently, and then a stream of chi gushed out. It was like a river of stars, producing 10,000 creatures that hid the sky and covered the earth as they surged downwards. Azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, white tiger, and so on. Tens of thousands of creatures appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, the crater of the initial volcano was like the spillway of a dam. Tens of thousands of creatures poured down like a flood. It also seemed like someone had created tens of thousands of creatures and released them into heaven and earth. The divine elephant faced the sky and roared. The lion's mane was like a waterfall, incomparably powerful, its roar splitting the void. There were unknown giant birds like dark clouds, tautais, pungs. Their figures were densely packed, and they were all boundlessly large. They covered heaven and earth, and even seemed to cover the boundless starry sky. It was as if stars were falling one after another. In that instant, to the people, it was as if they were facing the end of the world. They couldn't help but be alarmed. Fortunately, none of this was left behind. However, it was already enough to shock the people. Something's not right. Look at that tautai. It seems like half of its body has been destroyed. Someone with incomparably keen observation spoke out, and soon after, people discovered more and more. That's the nine-headed lion. Its other 8 heads seem to have been blown apart. The white tiger seems to have been torn apart. The divine elephant doesn't have its trunk. There seemed to be damage among the 10,000 creatures. It made people astonished, and discussions were even more fervent. One chi 10,000 creatures. Why are all of them damaged? Of course they're damaged. One chi 10,000 creatures. Who can do that? It would be abnormal if there weren't any damaged ones. This is indeed astonishing. Such a scene has never happened before. In the midst of the discussion, someone suddenly said loudly, "Do you guys think it's possible that these manifested creatures were all crippled by Chuwudi?" Many people were shaken. They couldn't help but nod in agreement with this point of view. There is such a possibility. The initial aura can evolve into a myriad of creatures. Chuwudi must have suffered an incomparably terrifying attack when he wanted to barge into the source of the initial aura. Perhaps he has already been torn to pieces or even beaten into dust. One chi 10,000 spirits is incomparably powerful. Who can block such an attack? Even Chuwudi wouldn't be able to do that, right? Ma pad hum. Just when everyone was guessing whether or not Chu Yang had suffered a boundlessly terrifying attack, a grandao sound rang out. At first, it seemed to be Buddhist mantras, but upon further inspection, it wasn't. It seemed to be the language of gods, but also the voice of the great Tao. Listening to it, it was as if it wanted people to realize their true nature. It was as if someone was asking their hearts and their Tao. At the same time, it was as if someone was explaining the great Tao. This voice seemed to be able to suppress everything so much so that it made people feel as if something was happening between heaven and earth at this moment. Rumble. The initial flame was fooled, and then it began to spit out a yellow, turbid substance. It was as if Chuwudi had plunged into the water and turned over the yellow mud at the bottom of the water. Rumble. Chapter 1764. Just as everyone thought, Chu Yang had indeed encountered a big trouble. When he entered the origin volcano, nothing happened at first. It was like knocking on someone's door, but no one answered. Afterwards, he became like a thief. Taking advantage of the fact that the owner was not at home, he took the opportunity to sneak in. However, he was immediately discovered and fell into a dangerous situation. First was the primordial energy, which transformed into thousands of living beings that surged over to kill Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang used the heaven clone of God's world as a substitute, and with a backhand strike, he occupied the upper position and blasted all the living beings out of the primordial volcano. The rumbling sound was caused by Chu Yang's divine soul falling into some kind of illusion. He was almost lost in it. Fortunately, his divine martial spirit was awakened by the Destiny Twins. After that, the origin chi turned into an endless power of lightning, making him feel as if he had barged into an abyss of lightning. Fortunately, he had grasped the general principles of lightning and had a profound understanding of lightning, so he was able to stay safe and sound. Encountering a calamity, he almost died every time. Chu Yang should have given up. However, on the other side, there seemed to be someone calling out to him. That kind of summoning became more and more intense the further he went. This made him extremely puzzled. Chu Yang didn't know any supreme figure. Moreover, his interactions with the various divine worlds were also very few. So, it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any reason for this. Therefore, he guessed that it should be because of his Destiny Twins' martial spirits. If it was related to the Destiny Twins, As long as there was even the slightest possibility, how could he let it go? Therefore, he took the risk and continued forward. The further he went, the narrower and darker the passage became. What is in front of me? What is the origin of the origin chi? Chuyang began to feel somewhat apprehensive. Everything in front of him was unknown. If he was not careful, he might die. So much so that he might not even know how he died. The so-called origin volcano should be a passage, a space-time passage. Maybe the other side is another world that is not in the God's world. Chuyang felt that such a possibility could be established. After all, not every place could give birth to a divine item like the origin chi. Maybe the place in front is only a danger zone that will destroy everything. It is also possible that the place in front is a land of fortune with endless great fortune. Chuyang hesitated as he moved forward bit by bit. He was extremely cautious, always using his doppelganger to scout ahead. This continued for an unknown period of time, but there were no more attacks coming from the front. Everything became very calm. It was so calm that it made him uneasy and even scared. Usually, before a storm came, there would always be a final moment of peace. However, he did not know if this was the final moment of peace. Wong. All of a sudden, his mind exploded. He was like a mouse that had encountered a cat. An extreme fear could not help but arise in his heart. It was even to the extent that he was terrified to the point that his limbs were almost unable to move. It was as if he was already in the grasp of the god of death. Just as he was about to frantically retreat and escape, he suddenly realized that the hair-raising aura was not coming from the front of the tunnel, but from the bottom of the tunnel. What's going on? This was even stranger. Chuyang felt like his scalp was about to explode. There was no such terrifying character in the starting ground. He could do whatever he wanted in the starting ground. No, there's one. Grand Primordium Ruler. When he suddenly thought of this, Chuyang's heart almost jumped out of his chest. The absolute beginning ruler controlled the starting ground. He was the true ruler of the starting ground. He had rashly entered the origin volcano to seize the fortune within. Perhaps he was simply trying to seize the absolute beginning ruler's treasure. How could he be allowed to do so? However, he was not sure. I don't care anymore. Chuyang had completely thrown caution to the wind. He crazily rushed forward, but a powerful force suddenly pushed him from below and blasted him out of the passage. In the next moment, he felt as if he had entered another world and arrived at the source of the origin chi. What kind of place is this? If the absolute beginning ruler chases after me, do I have a chance to escape? Chapter 1765. Chuyang's guess was indeed correct. The Grand Primordium rulers will had indeed descended upon the starting ground. As the master of the starting ground, the Grand Primordium ruler didn't know much about the origin of the starting aura. The only thing he was certain of was that it was a place of supreme terror. He didn't dare to provoke it at all. The reason why he descended was because of fear. He was worried that a bug like Chu Wudi would anger the supreme terror there and vent all its anger on him. At that time, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, he had discovered it a little too late. Although he was a ruler, he wouldn't pay attention to the starting ground all the time. In addition, the starting ground had fought for the starting aura countless times, but no one had ever had the ability to enter the starting volcano. Who knew that such a shocking mission would appear this time, and such a situation would occur? At this moment, everyone couldn't move. Space and time were frozen. Everyone was frozen in place like dead objects. They couldn't move at all. Even their thoughts couldn't move. However, the strange thing was that every one of them could sense the Grand Primordium ruler's anxiety and even fear. The Grand Primordium ruler had lost his composure. It was unimaginable. That was a ruler. The most unbelievable thing was that the Grand Primordium ruler actually revealed the true emotions in his heart in front of everyone. From this, one could imagine how terrified he was. After that, everyone heard that the Grand Primordium ruler seemed to be apologizing to someone, and they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, they soon couldn't feel anything else because the Grand Primordium ruler had blocked their sight and hearing. When the Grand Primordium ruler left, Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Although they were incomparably shocked, they didn't dare to discuss it at all. When it came to a ruler, the slightest wrong or disrespectful would probably lead to a fatal disaster. If Chu Yang was sure of this, he would probably be scared half to death. Unfortunately, he was only guessing. At this moment, he didn't notice that the Grand Primordium ruler was chasing after him. He calmed down and looked around. The space he was in felt a little like the bottom of the sea. If the starting aura was oil, then he was in the plate that contained oil at the bottom of the sea. Chu Yang raised his head and looked up. All he could see was the boundless origin chi. After his gaze pierced through the origin chi, there was a layer of something above that completely blocked and isolated his line of sight. The summoning was coming from above. What is summoning me? He really couldn't understand. He wanted to rush forward, but he didn't dare. The initial chi was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed enough turbid matter before, he would have been crushed into pieces by now. He did not need to worry about the turbid matter because the turbid matter was under his feet. At this moment, he was at the boundary where the turbid matter and the initial aura separated. The turbid substance and the initial gas were like two incompatible liquids. However, the strange thing was that they could perfectly fuse together in the body of a living being. This made Chu Yang feel very mysterious. Apart from these two, there was nothing else. There were no living beings, no matter, and no sound. What the hell is this place? Chu Yang sized up the surroundings a little and was astonished. Passage. In this short period of time, the passage formed by the initial volcano had already closed up in an instant. There wasn't a single gap, and the turbid matter began to cover it. Shit! Chu Yang rushed over like a madman and absorbed the turbid matter there, hoping to open the passage. However, he seemed to have touched the bottom of a porcelain bottle. Yes, a porcelain bottle. Chapter 1766. Chu Yang was a little confused, and his thoughts were a little chaotic. If this was a porcelain bottle that contained the turbid substance and the initial chi, then logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for the turbid substance and the initial chi to leak out. Moreover, even if the porcelain bottle was drilled, the turbid substance would cover the upper layer, and only the turbid substance would leak out, not the initial chi. Unless the turbid substance leaked out completely, then it would be the initial chi's turn. However, there was still a lot of turbid substance. Compared to the turbid substance here, it could be said that one was a drop of water and the other was an ocean. My deduction should be wrong. This shouldn't be a porcelain bottle, and I can't be in a porcelain bottle. How can there be such an amazing porcelain bottle in the world? It was completely against common sense and somewhat strange. Chu Yang was very worried. The most fatal thing was that the passage was sealed and his way back was cut off. There's always a way out. Can a living person suffocate to death? After that, he calmed down and said to himself in his heart, I should be able to find out something after some exploration. Now, let's cultivate first. No matter where it was, strength was the most important. Wasn't the reason why Chu Yang had fallen to such a state in order to achieve his cultivation goals? Carrying the Tao with the fleshly body, I hope I can succeed. Buzz. Chu Yang directly used his Tai Chi technique. Immediately, a Tai Chi divine diagram was formed outside his body and wrapped him in it. From his pores, blood and chi surged out and merged with the Tai Chi divine diagram, making it look like a blood-red disc. Clear as yang, initial chi, come. With a pull, the rolling initial chi was attracted and surged over. At the same time, he pulled again. Turbid as een, turbid substance, come. It was said that the sky was formed by the rising of the clear chi, and the earth was formed by the sinking of the turbid chi. Chu Yang's idea was very simple. With Tai Chi as the foundation, it would become the furnace of heaven and earth, and he would reforge inside it. The initial chi and the turbid substance could be used to create the furnace of heaven and earth. Wouldn't that be the best material to create the furnace of heaven and earth? It could be said that if the two were used to form the furnace of heaven and earth, It would be like simulating the process of the formation of heaven and earth. The Taiji divine diagram spun. Under its guidance, the primordial chi and turbid matter were constantly drawn over, gathering within it. They began to entangle with each other like yin and yang. Because Chu Yang's blood and chi was contained within, the two quickly fused together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the buzzing sound grew louder and louder, the spinning Taiji divine diagram gradually cut off that part of the void and formed the shape of a universal furnace. Under the effect of Chu Yang's blood chi, the starting ground and the turbidity continuously fused together, forming a mass of chaos that was endlessly misty. In that mass of chaos, space was opening up, as if a miniature world was being born. This caused the furnace of heaven and earth outside to become clearer and clearer, more and more real, until it finally became corporeal. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the furnace of heaven and earth was about to form, Chu Yang suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body shook violently, and his chest exploded. Sounds of explosions rang out continuously throughout his body, and his sternum was blown apart in an instant. A huge bloody hole appeared, and many cracks appeared. It was as if a great earthquake had just occurred, and huge cracks tore the earth apart. With just this one blow, he was almost blown to pieces. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and this was the result. No, it shouldn't be like this. In Chu Yang's imagination, when heaven and earth were just formed, he was the only living being in heaven and earth, and could grow together with heaven and earth. However, there was a great deviation from the very beginning. Chapter 1767. At this moment, within the furnace of heaven and earth, it was not the beginning of the world, but the later stages of the great calamity. This was because he had yet to be wiped out. There was a reason for the operation of the world. How could Chu Yang be as noble as the world? The great Tao of heaven and earth did not allow it. However, just because the heavens did not allow it, did it not allow it? Since ancient times, how many people had defied the heavens and changed? And when a martial artist cultivated to the end, how could they not be equal to the heavens? I don't believe in this evil Taiji. Chu Yang was ruthless. He used the Taiji of the limitless technique that he had created himself to draw the turbid matter and the primordial energy over. He fused them into the bloody hole in his chest and healed the terrifying injury there. In an instant, his chest was also in a state of chaos, and he was in a daze. First, the torn wound healed. Then the broken bones connected and so on. However, before he could fully recover, the great Tao's rules descended again. The terrifying power of destruction completely wiped out all his efforts. His chest exploded and healed. The two rules were like yin and yang. It was like a battle between life and death. The cycle of reincarnation repeated, and he fell into extreme anxiety. Chu Yang's condition became worse and worse. There was even one time when his entire body was about to explode into two. The terrifying, explosive power wantonly tore his body apart. Cracks crisscrossed, and he was almost torn apart like a piece of paper. Aha! He screamed again and again, as if he was in an endless hell. The turbid matter and the primordial energy could open up the world. Naturally, they had powerful healing abilities. Chu Yang relied on this bit of the great Tao of heaven and earth to resist. He hoped to survive the great calamity in the furnace of heaven and earth, and then recover together with the furnace of heaven and earth to complete the goal of the physical body carrying the Tao. He thought very well, but it was too difficult to bear. This was not the most important thing. If his deduction was not correct, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could be said that this was a gamble. If the gamble was right, the physical body carrying the Tao and the physical body was invincible. If it was wrong, then the physical body and the Tao would perish without any suspense. Fighting for one's life with the heavens was always a fine line. But for those who wanted to step into the supreme realm, no one could avoid such a gamble. Bang, bang, bang. More and more laws descended from the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the power of annihilation became more and more terrifying. Although Chu Yang was able to protect his chest, he was unable to protect other places. His 4 limbs were blown away, his spine was broken, and his shoulder blades were blown away. Even his head was blown up with bloody holes, and his skull was flying everywhere. At that moment, he almost thought that he was dead, because he seemed to be able to see his own brain juice. Taiji, his head, his 4 limbs, his back, and many other vital points appeared with the Tai Chi divine diagram, fusing with the turbid matter and the Chi of origin to heal his injuries. However, there were some places that were overlooked, and his skin and flesh were torn open from the explosion, making him unrecognizable. In a short period of time, Chu Yang's body was constantly being repaired. It was as if day and night were alternating. Chu Yang's body was constantly being broken and reconnected. A long time later, Chu Yang was exhausted to the extreme. He lay on his back on the turbid substance. The destructive force that he was hoping for receded, but it never came. Instead, it became even more violent. In the end, he could not bear such suffering and cursed repeatedly. Forget it. Use the martial spirit. What's the point of perceiving the process? The first form of the Destiny Twin martial spirit, genius and fool. The genius could carry out deduction, while the fool could operate on its own. These abilities would still exist after the martial spirit's form changed. Chu Yang had not used the Destiny Twin martial spirit for a long time, because he realized that he was relying too much on the martial spirit and wanted to change it. Most importantly, he wanted to perceive the process of the physical body carrying the Tao. That would be of great benefit to him. But now he had no choice but to give up. Brothers, long time no see. Chapter 1768. Chu Yang was too tired to care about anything else. He didn't know how long he would sleep this time, and whether he could return to the heavenly spirit world in time. Rushing back to the heavenly spirit world was one of the reasons why he persisted until now. He didn't want to break his promise with Chun Burang. Most importantly, he didn't want Parrot, Shangwan Lan, and the others to worry. He had disappeared for so long and even agreed to fight with Chun Burang. But in the end, he didn't appear. They would probably think that he was in big trouble or had died. After all, the things he did were often out of line. Even when he was about to fall asleep, Chu Yang still couldn't forget about this. In this strange and somewhat strange environment, he fell into a deep sleep, no longer aware of the affairs of the world. At the intersection of turbid matter and primordial gas, silence was the eternal theme here. Now, from time to time, there were explosions. Gradually, the sound of explosions began to calm down, and then it fell into an endless silence. After an unknown period of time, darkness began to appear in the furnace of heaven and earth. It seemed that after the great apocalypse, all living things were wiped out and the sun and moon no longer existed. It fell into extreme darkness and began to accumulate new strength in the darkness. Light, a trace of light, appeared in an unknown time, bursting out from the misty chaos. In the furnace of heaven and earth, the light became more and more dazzling. The chaos seemed to be cut open by the light, and the earth and sky appeared. Water, grass, wind, thunder, and other things appeared one by one in the furnace of heaven and earth. But they all disappeared in a flash, not real, but just strange phenomena. With a buzzing sound, Chu Yang, who was in a deep sleep, floated up from the universal furnace. His body issued a buzzing sound. His entire body was sparkling and translucent and emitted an endless radiance. He was completely naked, and his clothes were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had thoroughly exploded once. His body and the void trembled violently together with the furnace of cosmos. Without a sound, the light of order burst out from his body, like a meridian and blood vessel, intertwining with each other and then rushing out of his body and into the void. An incomparably powerful aura also erupted from his body at this moment, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It made the furnace of heaven and earth swell fiercely, as if it was about to explode. At the same time, more and more light of order and symbols of order leaped out from his body. The lines of light were like knitting a sweater, and they were arranged, intertwined, and fused in an orderly manner. The aura that erupted from his body was even more powerful. It escaped from the furnace of cosmos and stirred up the turbid matter and the primordial chi outside. These rays of light were the lines of law. They were not imprinted on Chu Yang's body, but were formed from Chu Yang's body. It was like when the world was created, mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, suns, moons, and stars that didn't originally exist were formed one by one. If he succeeded, the physical body would not only be a carrier for the soul, it would also be a carrier for the laws and the great Tao. It was like a divine spark, and the physical body would be invincible. No one could compare to it. Just the physical body alone would be able to crush his opponents with divine might. After the laws generated by his physical body were completely derived, they entered the void under the guidance of the Destiny Twins and came in contact with the laws of heaven and earth. Endless mysterious power surged out, and divine chains of order appeared in the void, connecting with the lines of laws extended from his physical body. This was like a small world connecting with a large world. The small world used the large world as a mirror to correct itself. Rumble. Chapter 1769. The turbid matter and the primordial chi were crazily sucked into his body. Using his body as a medium, it was like the combination of yin and yang in a Tai Chi. Various Tai Chi divine diagrams appeared in his flesh and blood. While protecting his flesh and blood, they also healed his injuries. In the end, Chu Yang's spirit also gave birth to rules of order, which connected with the heavens and earth. The Destiny Twins' martial spirits were extremely comprehensive. His spirit was not left out. 1. After an unknown amount of time, the lines of law disappeared. Everything was over. The Destiny Twins' martial spirits stopped moving. Chu Yang woke up. When he opened his eyes, a buzzing sound could be heard in the void. At this moment, in his eyes, the lines of law could be seen interweaving. When he looked through them, it was as if they were lines of law. I didn't die. That should be a success. The first thought that came to Chu Yang's mind after waking up was to sense his body. When his thoughts entered his body, they came into contact with a line of light. When his thoughts landed on it, it was as if his hands had landed on the strings of a zither. Tao sound could be heard. His body was like a big bell being rung. Ripples appeared in the void and spread far away. These are the lines of law. He was overjoyed. It seems like I succeeded. Searching for the lines of law in his flesh and blood, his thoughts continued to move forward. In an instant, he was like a fish entering the ocean from a river. Those lines of law were densely packed and seemed endless. Where could he find all of them? Then, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There are so many of them in my body. Before the joyful thought could be released, it turned into horror in the blink of an eye. There were too many lines of law in his body. Moreover, the combination and arrangement of the lines of law were not the least bit messy. Instead, they were extremely orderly, showing great wonders and profound mysteries. It was difficult to understand in a short time. It was as if he was reading a heavenly book. Finally, he found that the lines of law in his flesh and blood seemed to be weaving a human figure of himself. It was as if nothing could be more perfect. A human godhead. Originally, in order to temper his half-step god force, Chu Yang could form a virtual godhead that could take the form of birds, beasts, suns, moons, and stars. Of course, his godhead could also take the form of a human. The body was the carrier, and the body was the godhead. Then, the godhead was humanoid. His train of thought became smoother and smoother, and he couldn't help but smile. I've finally succeeded. To him, this was not an easy task. But if others knew that he had such thoughts, they would definitely curse him to the skies. What was so difficult about this? It was simply too easy. This was similar to how the Ice Koan was shocked that Chu Yang could change the form of the godhead at will. It was too shocking. When news of this spread to the various deities' world, the deities were all shocked. Perhaps even the rulers would come to investigate and see what was going on. I wonder how much time has passed. How am I supposed to get out of this damn place? There was no day or night here, so it was impossible to know how much time had passed. The place he was in was probably not a good place. The problems he had to face were somewhat thorny. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. We can only talk about this later. Chapter 1770. He realized that he could no longer move the ninth transformation. He could still figure out the reason behind this. His physical strength was too strong, so he couldn't move the ninth transformation. If a ninth revolution cultivator was a giant, he would be able to move a huge rock, but he would definitely not be able to move a star. His current strength was definitely not that. His previous strength of 250,000 dragons should be much higher than before. According to his previous strength and the fact that he had already become a god, it wouldn't be difficult for him to blow up a middle god with his physical body alone. Killing a level 4 or 5 high god wouldn't be a problem either. Another significant change was his 11 grotto heavens. The first 2 grotto heavens had transformed into divine personas. Together with his physical body's divine persona, it seemed to represent 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. It was very compatible with the boundless Tao. What surprised him the most was that the divine spirit formed by his 7 spirits had intertwined lines of laws and had also become a divine persona. If the physical body can be used as a carrier, why can't the spirit be used as a carrier? In this way, my spiritual power is also far superior to others. The transformation was too shocking. Shu Yang's face was brimming with a brilliant smile. He had been tormenting himself in the starting ground for so long and racked his brains. All his efforts had finally paid off. I can be said to be invincible now. Let's see if I can break through the bottom of the bottle and open up a passage to return to the starting ground. It was time to test it out and solve the problem. Shu Yang directly pried open the turbid substance. The moment he came into contact with it, he realized that it couldn't be corroded by him at all. The bottom of the bottle was revealed. His body was sparkling like a crystal, shining with neon colors. His fist was also sparkling like a colored diamond, like a multicolored divine persona. He erupted with all his strength and smashed down. He was like a 9-colored sun, his boundless radiance even more dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. However, the result left him dumbfounded. In other places, such as the starting ground, his explosive aura would cause the void to tremble. These few punches would definitely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. However, when it landed on the ground, it was just like a stone thrown on a mountain. Shu Yang felt as though he was shaking a mountain. He could not only shake an ordinary mountain, he could even destroy it. However, this mountain turned him into an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person shake a mountain? It was simply wishful thinking. So this is the result of becoming a god through the physical body. Shu Yang was speechless for a long time. He furrowed his brows, and his heart was heavy. Such a place really made him feel depressed. And if he couldn't return to the starting ground, if he had to find another way to leave, he didn't know when he would be able to return to the heavenly soul world. Is there no other way but to charge up? Shu Yang opened up his mind and body completely, and used all his strength to feel that strange call for him. Instantly, that call gradually became stronger. He sucked in enough turbid matter to counter the initial gas. After that, following that kind of call, he began to rush up fiercely, directly penetrating the layer of the initial gas. Suddenly, he felt as if he had entered a liquid of another density. The change in pressure was incomparably obvious. He lost the restraint of gravity and felt as if he was about to fly. Rumble. At this moment, something seemed to be thrown down from above. It was so huge that it covered the sky. However, when it fell, it rapidly shrank like a golden arrow shooting straight down. Shu Yang hastily dodged. But that thing flew past him at a high speed, and a mighty pressure fell down on him. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist it. His bones burst into pieces, and he directly knelt down. His tough body even exploded with bang sounds. His limbs were separated from his body, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He was almost dismembered. Fortunately, that thing's speed was extremely fast. He missed it in the blink of an eye, and the crisis was immediately resolved. When he saw what it was, his pupils abruptly shrank. A sovereign realm dragon. A dragon that couldn't be any more dead. A dragon at the sovereign level. Buzz. Chu Yang's mind exploded. The sky and earth were turned upside down. His brain had already exploded, and brain juice mixed with blood splashed out. His scalp was numb, and he was terrified to the extreme. In his heart, he had a conjecture. Why would they throw a sovereign realm dragon here? Could it be that they want to decompose the immortal matter here? Chapter 1771. The starting ground ended prematurely. Bing Kuen's heart was in a mess, and he didn't stop for a moment. He reckoned that his master must have done something big again. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be like this. Perhaps only his master had such ability. Kuen Peng's ancestors, you must protect him. Bing Kuen was about to pray. If Chiang died, he would also die, especially when he found that almost no one from the starting ground was talking about it. His mood became even more uneasy. Sheng deity. Did something happen to little Sheng deity? In Bing Kuen's grotto heaven, Zhu Beiji's lips trembled as he transmitted his voice. As a pig who loved life and had infinite care for life, he was also frightened. At this moment, he was also full of fear. He even cursed little Sheng deity more than 10,000 times. Can't you live a good life without tossing around? If a pig is always like this, the pork will definitely not taste good. If only I knew. Bing Kuen also wanted to curse. Following a master like Chu Yang, he was afraid that his life would be short. He waited for a while. When the starting ground was completely closed, his heart immediately thumped. Oh no, even if Master wasn't caught, I'm afraid he can't come out this time. Master, what exactly did you do that would incur the wrath of man and God? Bing Kuen really couldn't figure it out. He was anxious to understand the situation, so he could only stare at a person who had just come out of the starting ground. When he arrived at a safe place, he suddenly appeared out of thin air before this person had time to exclaim. This person was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. What happened in the starting ground? Why did it end prematurely and close prematurely? Sheng deity. This person was so scared that he couldn't speak, trembling nonstop. Answer me. Bing Kuen was anxious and impatient. His tone instantly became incomparably fierce. Sheng deity, he stammered. Once the Ice Kuen heard the 3 words Chu Wudi, it was incomparably certain that this was his master Chu Yang. Everything could be said to be within its expectations. It was indeed so. What did Chu Wudi do? Holy God, it's not convenient to say it here. The man pointed to the sky, causing the Ice Kuen's mind to explode. His master had gone to provoke the sovereign again. In an instant, the Ice Kuen felt a headache coming on. He had seen how extraordinary the ruler was, but his master still wasn't paying attention and insisted on playing around. Whoosh! Bing Kuen immediately used a spatial technique to bring this person out of Origin City. Only then did he speak again. You can speak now. If you dare to lie, you can imagine the consequences. Sacred God, even if you give me, Wang Yinfeng, 100 guts, I would never dare to lie in front of you. The person who called himself Wang Yinfeng continued. Moreover, what happened in the starting ground is definitely not a top secret. It will spread very quickly, so why should I hide it? Even if the sacred God doesn't ask, he will soon find out. Cut the crap. The Ice Kuen knew that the other party's explanation was reasonable, but it did not have the patience to listen. It's the Sheng God. Wang Yinfeng went straight to the point. Chu Wudi felt that there wasn't enough Genesis aura, so he went straight into the Genesis volcano. He wanted to go to the source of the Genesis aura and alert the Absolute Beginning Dominator. The Absolute Beginning Dominator's consciousness would descend. What? The Ice Kuen's mind buzzed when he heard this. His mind went blank as he stared at Wang Yunfeng in disbelief. After that, he recovered and said incomparably coldly, "Are you joking with me?" The Genesis aura has a total of 9 layers, and no one has ever been able to break through to the 8th layer. How could anyone enter the Genesis volcano? The ice koan naturally understood the starting ground. Chapter 1772. He wouldn't believe a single thing. Bing Kuan was speechless about the sour feeling in his heart. It was one thing for his master to cause trouble, but it wasn't just one thing. It seemed to be a series of things. In the end, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard Wang Yunfeng's detailed explanation. Chu Yang actually absorbed the turbid matter. Chu Yang sucked in almost all the turbid matter and the primordial qi. Chu Yang actually wanted to use his body to carry the Tao. What made the Ice Kuan panic was that the Grand Primordium ruler lost his composure and revealed a terrified expression when Chu Yang entered the primordial volcano and headed to the source of the primordial qi. He even repeatedly apologized to someone. What kind of existence could make the Grand Primordium ruler a ruler, fear, and beg for mercy? Woo woo woo, this time is completely over. When Bing Kuan heard this, his entire body almost went limp. His master was indeed a professional at courting death. Not only did he provoke a dominator, he even provoked an existence that was even more terrifying than a dominator. He even dared to provoke an existence that everyone feared. You're a heaven's pride and should go to heaven, but heaven shouldn't be like this. The Ice Koan let Wang Yunfeng go and soon heard all kinds of rumors. This Chu Wudi is really too unimaginable. He almost turned all the heaven's primordial ground into white stripes in the waves. No one is his opponent. There are no words to describe this Chu Wudi. Everyone is afraid of the turbid matter, but he discovered the mystery within it and relied on it to absorb the primordial qi. Just this amazing insight alone is enough to crush countless heaven's primordial qi. The most ridiculous thing is that he actually broke into the primordial volcano and wanted to go to the source of the primordium ground. He scared the Grand Primordium ruler half to death. Chu Wudi is really unprecedented. If he doesn't die, who can compete with him? Due to the spread of the news, everyone was astonished. In a short period of time, the name Chu Wudi was known to almost everyone in the region with Origin City as the center. There was not a single person who did not know of him. All kinds of rumors were similar to what the Ice Koan knew from Wang Yunfeng. He basically concluded that this was the truth. However, there was nothing he could do. Ice Koan was cautious. He was afraid that the absolute beginning ruler would investigate Chu Yang's background and find him. So he left immediately. He left a message for Chu Yang at the agreed place. I'll be waiting for you at home. His home was the Beast Abyss, and the specific location was the space-time tunnel from the Beast Abyss to the heavenly spirit world. This was the plan that the Ice Koan and Chu Yang had come up with. Who would have thought that it would actually be used? As for Chu Yang's life and death, the Ice Koan could only resign itself to fate. Even if he was here, there was nothing he could do. The enemy Chu Yang had provoked was too terrifying. At this moment, Chu Yang finally knew how the primordial volcano was formed. The golden dragon, which was several times the size of a sovereign, fell straight down and pierced through the bottom of what he thought was a porcelain bottle. It formed a space-time tunnel and brought the turbid matter and the primordial gas out. However, the aura coming from the other end of the space-time tunnel was not the aura of the starting ground. Every dimensional world had its own aura, and the starting ground was naturally the same. According to this situation, every space-time passage did not lead to the starting ground. This was scary. In the starting ground, the primordial volcano would erupt at about the same time every year, forming a pattern. However, at this end, it happened randomly. This meant that every year, there would be a golden dragon similar to this one that fell into this porcelain bottle. Moreover, it wasn't just one, two, or a few. There should be a lot of them. Otherwise, without a certain number, the probability of such a random thing happening would be very high. How could it form a pattern? Only a certain degree of concentration could achieve this. Chapter 1773. Fear made him want to dive down and escape through the space-time tunnel. However, he could only forcefully suppress this impulse. That sovereign-level true dragon had passed by him in the blink of an eye, and he was about to be torn apart. If he had approached, he would have exploded. He could only watch helplessly as the tunnel closed. He was helpless to the extreme. The so-called body of a god is nothing more than this. Compared to this, he was too insignificant. In an instant, Chu Yang didn't feel any joy at his achievements. He even felt a little sad. He didn't need to worry about his injuries. Not to mention the turbid matter and the primordial energy. The mysterious substance of the third level had instantly healed his injuries as soon as it entered his body. It was extremely shocking. He had absorbed enough turbid matter and primordial chi. At this moment, he was absorbing this indescribable substance endlessly without any misgivings. There was simply too much of this substance. No matter how much he absorbed, there probably wouldn't be any changes. Only then did he search for his final hope, that mysterious summoning. This summoning was only 2 lines of text. The 2 lines of text on the bottle were divided into 2 parts with 2 contents. Pay attention. When they put realm fruits in the medicinal wine, absorb as much as you can. Medicinal wine. This was only medicinal wine. Only medicinal wine. Chu Yang's scalp exploded, and his hair stood on end. He couldn't say a word for a long time. He couldn't help but think of the medicinal wine in his memories, as well as the poisonous snakes, fruits, and medicinal ingredients soaked in the wine. That was the medicinal wine in his memories. What kind of bullshit medicinal wine was this? Could it be that the sovereign-level golden dragon was nothing more than a poisonous snake soaked in wine? That was a dragon, a sovereign-level dragon. In front of a sovereign, Chu Yang had an incomparably deep understanding. He was at most a mouse, or perhaps not even a mouse. However, in this place, a sovereign-level golden dragon was nothing more than a poisonous snake. They wouldn't use a sovereign-level golden dragon to soak in medicinal wine. Suddenly, Chu Yang thought of this and immediately felt nauseous. If that was the case, then what he had absorbed before had all been decomposed from corpses. What bullshit great fortune. Fuck your lungs. I hashtag yin percent hashtag yin percent. Chu Yang was a careless person. Now, he couldn't help but activate the 3-character classic to vent his anger. It was only when he suddenly realized that if this was the medicinal wine, the poisonous snake that was soaked in it would definitely still be there, and he needed to verify it, that he stopped. He couldn't wait to rush up. His descendant was dumbfounded. What was that? What did he see? White tiger, azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, gauchin, qilin, phoenix, and many other godly beasts and ferocious beasts were floating above his head like stars. They were scattered all over the place like stars on a chessboard. There was not the slightest hint of dignity to be seen from them. Whose medicinal wine was this outrageous? Whose medicinal wine was so heaven-defying? All the godly beasts and ferocious beasts in the world seemed to have been captured and thrown into the wine, and the godly beasts and ferocious beasts seemed to have gone extinct. There were so many godly beasts, and all of them were sovereigns. Even though Chu Yang had always been bold at this moment, he couldn't help but turn pale. His lips turned blue, and he couldn't help but tremble. Everything was simply too unimaginable. It was completely beyond his comprehension, completely beyond his imagination. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. However, no matter how much he activated his cultivation, nothing changed. It was still the same as before. Everything has been turned upside down. Sovereigns, existences at the peak of the martial path, were actually used to soak in medicinal wine. Chu Yang muttered to himself in a daze. This was too shocking, and it shattered his original understanding. Chapter 1774. Too ridiculous. This is simply too ridiculous. Chu Yang still couldn't accept this. He felt that the world was too crazy for something like this to actually exist. According to the words left on the bottle, his previous guess was generally correct. Although this wasn't a porcelain bottle, it was definitely a porcelain wine jar or something else. The realm fruit is just an appetizer. They won't feel too much pain if they lose a few. Only if I steal their realm cauldron will they feel the pain and go crazy. Chu Yang read the contents of the second line of words. He didn't even have the energy to curse, much less become flustered and exasperated. Such terrifying enemies. And the person who left this message actually wanted him to steal their heart? Crazy. This person who left this message was definitely crazy. He was even more daring than Chu Yang, even more deranged. Who is this bastard who left this message? Who are they that this bastard is talking about? At the same time, many questions popped up in Chu Yang's mind. He suspected that someone was playing a joke, an enormous joke. It's just 2 lines of words. How can they summon me so strongly? Logically speaking, if there's no connection at all, how is this possible? Questions came one after another. Chu Yang thought of this question, then shook his head in denial. How is it impossible for such people to do anything to them? How can I try to figure them out from my own perspective? It's just a futile effort. How do I escape? What he was doing seemed laughable as he spoke to the 2 lines of words. The result seemed to be expected. There was no reply, and the 2 lines of words didn't change at all. Are you waiting for me to steal that so-called realm fruit? Inference, just inference. Since the other party had left a message, there should be follow-up content. Chu Yang couldn't help but look up again. His pupils involuntarily constricted at the star-like corpse of the sovereign-level divine beast. Impossible. The divine beast corpse made him completely give up on escaping from above. Not to mention the might exuded by the divine beast corpse. Even if he passed that level, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the opening of the medicinal wine bottle. The kind of distance seemed short, but it might be the distance of a universe. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Nothing was impossible in this medicinal wine. In addition, the medicinal wine was mostly sealed, and the top had already been blocked. Even if it wasn't blocked, the other side was probably extremely terrifying. Anyone who encountered it would definitely die without a complete corpse. Moreover, the other side didn't even need to make a move. As long as he got close to it, he would explode with a bang, turning into ashes. I hope the person who left this message isn't a scammer, but a super big scammer who will scam me until I don't even have a corpse left. There was no other choice. This was the only choice, even if it was unreliable. After that, there was only waiting, endless waiting. Without the sun and the moon, time became incomparably long in Chu Yang's perception. His judgment of time became even more erroneous, making it even harder for him to determine how much time had passed. Dawn. After an unknown period of time, something else fell from above. The sound produced by the medicinal wine might not be loud, but to Chu Yang, it was as if the earth was being beaten by a large drum. It was incomparably intense. Soon, there was a brief moment of darkness. After that, it was as if there were 3 stars falling from the sky. They fell rapidly and quickly shrank halfway. At this time, Chu Yang saw 3 fruits. They looked like strawberries, but they were the size of a fist. Other than that, there was nothing special about them. Realm fruits. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, unsure. He muttered to himself, if these are realm fruits, it doesn't seem difficult to collect them. Chapter 1775. The 2 lines of words on the bottle wall changed again, releasing dazzling light, revealing the contents. There is indeed a follow-up. Chu Yang was not very surprised, but he did not immediately move because he still had time. After the 3 fruits fell to the bottom, the speed at which they floated up was very slow, enough for him to think for a while. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The so-called realm fruit is no different from ordinary fruits, and this is the most shocking part. Returning to the origin, returning to the essence was even more shocking. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to risk it all. Thinking was useless. So what if he could think it through? So what if he couldn't? Even if he knew that there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames ahead, he could only brace himself and charge forward. Swoosh! He quickly dove down and grabbed the first fruit that floated up, but he did not feel anything at all. He grabbed empty air. The fruit also disappeared. Incomparably miraculous. However, at this moment, Chu Yang faintly felt as if something had entered his body. Immediately, his whole body expanded rapidly like a rubber ball and was about to explode. However, at this moment, he did not panic at all, only astonishment. Rumble. His 11 heavenly abodes were activated immediately, and rumbling sounds were heard, as if a heavenly river had poured into them. The 11 heavenly abodes instantly lit up, but he could not feel anything inside. Dong! Chu Yang's body trembled violently, as if a divine spear had directly pierced into his 11 heavenly abodes. After reaching the bottom, it once again tried to pierce through his heavenly abodes. In an instant, he could clearly see that the 11 heavenly abodes were stretched out like rubber bands, infinitely extending. He could feel more and more heavenly abodes, but they also became smaller and smaller. Bang! Chu Yang's body trembled again, as if he had been hit by a rubber band that had retracted. After that, he sensed that there were 100 heavenly abodes. He originally had 11 heavenly abodes, which meant that the so-called realm fruit had opened up 89 heavenly abodes. 100 heavenly abodes. He was scared to death. Unimaginable and unbelievable. Chu Yang was so astonished that it took him a while before he quivered and activated the 3-character scripture again. No wonder that bastard told me to act within my means. If I hadn't mastered the profound mysteries of the infinite sovereign, I would have been wiped out. I wouldn't even know how I died. He felt like he had just survived a calamity, but when he saw the 2 fruits floating up again, he fiercely gritted his teeth. This young master doesn't believe that you can stuff this young master to death. Although he didn't know what the world fruit was, he didn't need to think about it to know that it was absolutely world-shaking. How could he miss out on it? The gap between Chu Yang and that terrifying existence was so huge. If he didn't fight, what hope did he have? If he couldn't even eat a single fruit from the other party, how could he stand at the same height as these terrifying existences? He was indeed ambitious. To be more precise, he didn't want to be reduced to pigs and sheep, so he worked hard in advance. He was even more unaccustomed to it. Apart from humans, there was an even more supreme species that completely crushed humans. If such a species appeared one day, he hoped that he would at least have the ability to resist. The Destiny Twins, martial spirits. Chu Yang roared in his heart. He fiercely grabbed the 2 fruits at the same time. However, the feeling was different from before. Perhaps it was because he had used the Destiny Twins' martial spirits. But the 2 fruits were firmly grabbed by him. He felt as if they were real. The 2 fruits were like strawberries, and the feeling was like 2 strawberries. In addition, both of them were slightly cold. Chapter 1776. The kingdom of God originally only created angels. At this time, countless divine light bloomed. Light, majestic, and universal love constantly appeared, as if they were gods. Finally, the appearance of the light and shadow seemed to make the kingdom of God into the kingdom of gods. The gospel of God resounded, and the light of hope illuminated the heart. At the center of the light, it suddenly collapsed and extended out infinitely. It was unknown where it led to. It was just like a light transmission in the universe, without an end. The kingdom of demons was generally similar to the kingdom of God. The difference was that one was God and the other was demon. One was the kingdom of gods, and the other was the kingdom of demons. What surprised Chu Yang the most was that the 2 worlds became real. They became real worlds like 2-dimensional worlds. They were no longer as illusory as before. It was equivalent to a representation. 100 grotto heavens, the kingdom of gods, the kingdom of demons, no matter which one it was, the transformation was amazing. However, Chu Yang found that he didn't improve at all. He didn't know the reason, but he felt that everything was used to fill a hole. Now leave with me and steal the world cauldron. Let those bastards go crazy. The words left on the wall of the bottle changed again. First, it turned into a line of words. Then, these words flew out one by one and turned into a needle. A needle for embroidery, sewing, and mending. A needle for household use. It was simple and unadorned. There was nothing strange about it, and there was absolutely no difference. This Chu Yang's heart was perturbed and full of suspicions. However, he could only suppress all the suspicions, thoughts, and worries in his heart, because it was useless. Even if the person who left the message said that shit was gold, he had to try to believe it. Before he left, he crazily absorbed the matter of the lower 3 levels again. Then, he touched the needle. This needle pierced his fingertip and absorbed a drop of his essence blood. After it connected with Chu Yang's mind, everything arranged in it was activated. It silently pierced the wall of the bottle and brought Chu Yang into the bottle. The bottle wall was like a person. The countless veins were the meridians of a person. However, they were so huge that it felt like stars could pass through them. Among them, Chu Yang was a microorganism, or perhaps a parasite. He once again felt the terror of the other party. Its speed was extremely fast. As the needle shuttled through space, it would occasionally jump through space and time, but it never reached the end. Who can explain to me what kind of world I am in right now? Chu Yang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb again. It was just a bottle wall, but it was like a boundless universe, making him feel like a speck of dust. He had had enough of this feeling of being so small and insignificant. Perhaps he had been provoked too much, or perhaps it was a combination of both. After a long time, a chi sound was heard. That needle pierced through like a piece of cloth, and finally brought Chu Yang out. As soon as he came out of the bottle wall and entered a brand new and strange world, Chu Yang didn't have time to size up anything when a dazzling and scorching light directly pierced into his eyes. His eyes were immediately burned, and it was extremely painful. At the same time, several rays of light fell on his body. Instantly, white smoke billowed out. His body that had become a god's flesh was corroded into bloody holes. The holes were so deep that his bones could be seen. He was melting like snow. Boom! Not only that, his entire body was suddenly ignited. Like garbage being burned, black smoke billowed out and mixed with the white smoke. Have I been fooled? This needle might have been specially arranged by the person who soaked the medicinal wine to deal with the insects that sneaked into the medicinal wine. Chapter 1777. Sunlight, it's sunlight. It's just sunlight. Chu Yang realized this and felt even more sorrowful. He couldn't even resist the sunlight of this world. He was even worse than an ant in this world. Sorrowful and powerless. Ever since he recalled the memories of his previous life and awakened the Destiny Twins' martial spirit, he had spent most of his time bitterly cultivating. He had toyed with opponents who were far more powerful than him. His performance had shocked the world and was extremely dazzling. He had even claimed to be invincible. But now, he couldn't even resist the sunlight of an unknown world. He was going to die, and his life was going to end. Such a huge gap really made him feel defeated. What kind of world is this? How can there be such a terrifying creature that uses a sovereign realm divine beast to brew medicinal wine? He suddenly mocked himself. How can an ant know how big the world is? Take humans, for example. In his previous life, humans thought they had discovered the universe. Perhaps the so-called universe was just a speck of dust. How could they struggle and resist? Rumble. The 3 kinds of substances that Chu Yang had swallowed surged out and repaired his injured body. Then, his body was once again corroded and melted by the sunlight, alternating between the two. That needle only brought him forward to the place where the sunlight was the most intense. It caused the 3 substances in Chu Yang's body to be consumed even faster. This young master is too lazy to care. Chu Yang directly used the Destiny Twins' martial spirit and fell into a deep sleep. If the Destiny Twins' martial spirit was of no use, then he could only surrender. He was willful and pessimistic. He was as weak as a child. His nature was exposed again, and his illness acted up again. Kid, wake up. It's time to work. Who is it? Chu Yang, who didn't know the sun and moon and didn't have the concept of time and space, was stimulated by a divine thought from his deep sleep. He immediately woke up and spoke. Then he found that he didn't die, but the 3 substances in his body were completely consumed. The sunlight was still the sunlight. It was even more poisonous. When it landed on Chu Yang's body, it was still burning. However, it could no longer corrode or burn his body. The place he was in seemed to be an abyss. It was incomparably long and narrow. But surprisingly, the two sides of the abyss were almost parallel. The person who helped you steal the world cauldron. World cauldron. Chu Yang patted his head and thought to himself, looks like the person who left the message didn't lie to me. It's just that I'm too two-faced, too pessimistic, and always think of the worst. When can I change this habit of mine? Being a person with nothing to do is better than looking at the sky in a cesspool. He recalled his previous actions and smiled bitterly. He was really unbearable. Unbearable, my ass. Chu Yang, you are outstanding. You are one of a kind. Erroneous thoughts kept popping up. It was like a person sitting on a tilt board. When one sat on the other end would tilt up. He was actually dissatisfied with himself. It was the stupidest emotion and the most wrong way of thinking. If he couldn't even accept himself, what was the point of being a human being and living? I can't live like this anymore. Chu Yang's song resounded from the abyss, like the joyful chirping of a bug. The reason why he described it this way was because, under the guidance of the needle, when he flew out of the so-called abyss, he discovered that the so-called abyss was just a gap between two stone bricks. I'm smaller than an ant. Chapter 1778. This square may be huge for a giant. Plus, I'm not even as big as an ant, so it's easy for me to be blocked. After a while, under the guidance of the flying needles, Chu Yang didn't find the so-called world cauldron at all. He only found a mountain. The mountain was made of metal. It went straight into the 9 heavens and disappeared into the clouds. He didn't know what kind of metal the mountain was made of, but it was bronze. Hee, are you stupid? The voice of the previous person came again. Chu Yang was slightly stunned, and then blurted out, "This mountain is the world cauldron. One of the legs of the world cauldron?" He was speechless. What do you think? There was a teasing tone in the voice. What I want to say is, you should be like this before, right? Chu Yang's natural personality showed again. As if he was facing an acquaintance, he directly said with disdain, "Big brother, don't laugh at second brother. I say, big brother, don't tell me you weren't like this before. TSK, how can I be like you, with no eyesight?" Chu Yang was relieved. It seemed that he was on the same side. So he completely opened up the doubts in his heart. "I say, big brother, where is this place with such a personality? You ant, it's better that you don't know. The more you know, the faster you die. Don't you understand? So, big brother, you're dead, right? Almost like an ant to be crushed to death. It's so frustrating." Chu Yang was stunned, and then he felt relieved. This world was terrifyingly powerful. It was an indisputable fact. "Big brother, I sympathize with you." Chu Yang further recovered his original personality and said casually, "If you have any unbearable past, I will be the best listener, a brother who understands you and soothe your wounded heart. If there is a beautiful girl in the family and you need me to take care of her, I will definitely not let her be a widow. As for a child with a runny nose, I will politely decline. Please don't look for me." "Huh." The voice couldn't help but laugh. "No wonder you, a mere ant, can actually break in here. You are indeed a lawless person. You even dare to make fun of me. TSK, so what if it's big?" Chu Yang disdainfully said again. "Could it be that you've heard that although they're big, they're only pleasing to the eye, but not useful? On the contrary, they're short and vigorous, good for long battles." "Huh." The voice laughed heartily again. Obviously, he understood the dirty words in Chu Yang's words. He then said, "Brat, you dare to look down on the people here? You have guts. Big brother, are you belittling me? I even look down on my own people, let alone outsiders." Chu Yang had completely let go of his pride. Then, he started to think of his own ideas. "Big brother, just tell me, how do you want to torment this big thing? By the way, tell this little brother the way home. This abnormal world is not a place for humans. How you leave this place has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for helping you collect the world cauldron. Big brother, is number 1 in charge?" Chu Yang was greatly disappointed. He still wanted to know more. "Huh." The voice laughed again and said, "He was the one who lured you here. Naturally, he should be responsible for it." "Big brother, is number one also dead?" "He should be dead." "Then how will he be responsible?" "Who knows?" Chuyang muttered. "Then I can only ask a ghost." "Big brother, number two, wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." He planned to run away. The world cauldron could make the people of this strange world feel pain. Once it was taken, it would definitely turn the world upside down. Before he knew how to run, he didn't plan to do such a stupid thing. The flying needle didn't move. Chuyang didn't even have a bird. He didn't have a leg. Chapter 1779. Big brother number one, you're really unreasonable. Chuyang was depressed. This was forcing herself on him, and he was forced to do it. You little fellow are interesting. Such a great opportunity is in front of you, and you are still trying to reject it. That voice spoke again. Your big brother number one. Even if he dies, he will definitely be prepared. May I ask big brother number two, what is your name? Chuyang didn't know anything. He was like a fool. He was really unhappy and started to beat around the bush again. I have long forgotten my name. You can call me Bing. Is it enough to brag? If I say you're my big brother number two, will they tremble in fear? Bing only had one word. It wasn't mighty or domineering. It was just a perfunctory answer. Chuyang was unwilling to give up. He continued, "A pawn. I'm afraid it's not enough to brag. Big brother number two, you can use your younger brother to brag in the future. This humble one is called Chuyang, courtesy name Woody. Enough. At least it is more useful than your invincible." This meant that just the word Bing contained a lot of information. It was a famous name. This is a big shot. When this thought appeared in Chuyang's mind, he knew that he was stupid. How could someone who could help him steal the world cauldron in such a world be a small shot? He was really blinded by greed. "Kid, stop talking nonsense. Pay attention." The voice said, "After I help you take the world cauldron, this remnant soul will definitely be wiped out, and there will be useless big guys coming. Life and death is up to you. Don't be in such a rush, big brother number two. Let's talk a bit more. We haven't even talked about this woman yet. How inappropriate." Chuyang delayed. He wanted to know more information so that he could be prepared. Otherwise, he would be in the dark and not know anything. He could only run into a wall. "Kid, stop beating around the bush. I told you before, the more you know, the faster you will die." The voice didn't drag out the last syllable, but Chuyang felt that it was especially long. Who was this Bing? Why did he cooperate with the person who left the message to help him steal the world cauldron? Was this world evil beyond redemption, or did it control the order of the heavens? Were these two evil people with ulterior motives, or were they heroes who disregarded life and death? If the world cauldron was stolen, what would happen? What would happen? Chuyang didn't know what was right or wrong, and he had no way to judge. He didn't feel any malice from this world. It was just that this world was too shocking and made him feel defeated. However, if the other party was too strong and he had to defeat them, it might not be a bad thing. The person who left the message and the person in the world cauldron seemed to be helping him, but they were not necessarily good people. He had always done things with a scale in his heart, but this was the first time he felt so bottomless. It was useless even if he asked. If the person who left the message and the person in the world cauldron had evil intentions, why would they tell him? For a moment, Chuyang's mind was in a mess. He hated this kind of ignorance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as he was thinking about all these, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. It was as though the ground was flipped over. He was buried by endless dust, like Sun Wukong being pressed onto the Five-Finger Mountain. He felt extremely heavy and couldn't move at all. The flying needles did not move. Chuyang was buried. He also lost his senses. In such a world, he seemed so small. If there was any movement, he would be buried. Furthermore, he was being manipulated. It was already not bad that he didn't die. Therefore, he only felt a huge tremor, a tremor that could destroy the heavens and earth, as well as a huge rumbling sound. Then, he felt a small cauldron flying towards him. In a flash, it disappeared into his heavenly abode and disappeared. To him, all of this happened without any warning. He was caught off guard. "Brat, goodbye." Bing's final voice did not have a trace of sadness or happiness. It was extremely calm. Such a blunt person. He should be a good person. Chuyang thought to himself. Goodbye, Big Brother. Goodbye, Bing. Bing was dead. It was his turn. If the world cauldron was a treasure, and the people of this world found out that it was stolen, they would definitely go crazy. Chuyang was the first to go crazy. Broken Needle, it's your turn. If you don't move, this young master will be killed. Yin hashtag yin %%. Roar. But in an instant, the roar and the language that he could not understand was like thunder beside his ears. It rumbled into Chuyang's ears. Although Chuyang did not feel the other party's shock and did not see the other party, but he could clearly feel that the dust covering his body flew up, revealing him. Then he saw two eyes that were as big as stars. The two gazes were like two meteorites falling down. Chuyang did not feel any danger. It was as though he was an ant and did not know the strength of humans. Hashtag. The two words were spat out. It seemed to mean an ant. The voice was extremely loud. The sound waves were like two lightning punishments striking an ant. It's over. I'm really going to die this time. Chuyang roared at the flying needles. Broken array, you bastard. You forced this young master just now. Why can't you do it now? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 1780. At this moment, Chuyang thought of the past, when he raised his foot and stepped on the ants. The difference was that he was an ant now, and the one who wanted to step on him was a giant among giants. Stepping on ants is really a heinous crime. This is what it means to think from another perspective. Chuyang felt that his thoughts were a little strange. At this moment, he was thinking about these things, but he didn't feel fear or uneasiness at all. For this, he felt a little better. The ants he stepped on in the past probably didn't have any fear before they died. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big hand was about to fall down. The flying needle seemed to have finished brewing. It flew towards the big hand with a whooshing sound, just like how Jingke had pierced the Qin Emperor. It flew towards the big hand while carrying Chuyang. Counterattack. That's powerful. Chuyang couldn't help but exclaim. The person who left the message was actually fearless and had great courage. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? Maybe when the ant was about to die, it also sent out a fatal attack. With a rumbling sound, the flying needle pierced through the giant palm, and blood gushed out like a torrential river. The sound of water rumbled and shook the sky. Chuyang was drenched, but he was safe and sound. Logically speaking, Chuyang would definitely die if he touched the blood of such a level of creature, because it contained supreme rules, but he was safe and sound now. However, he faintly understood that this should be related to the world cauldron. Sure enough, he slightly sensed that in the deepest part of the grotto heaven, the 100th grotto heaven, the world cauldron was emitting a weak light at this moment. No wonder I didn't feel any pressure when the giant creature appeared. I'm afraid it will be the same in the future. I have to be careful. If those supreme existences find out, they will definitely suspect that I have a treasure on me. When Chuyang had such a thought, the flying needle brought him into the palm. It was not much different from when it went into the wall of the bottle. It was still jumping among the countless meridians, and the same feeling of being in the universe. The difference was that this time, in the countless meridians, there was boiling hot blood, making people feel like they were in boiling water. The light that the world cauldron released in the grotto heaven was slightly brighter than before. It made Chuyang feel like he was soaking in a hot bath. He was not hurt at all. Haha, today, I'm going to learn from the great sage and enter the body of a demon to wreak havoc. Chuyang roared with laughter. Who would have the same luck as him? A mere ant challenging the might of an unmatched existence? Unfortunately, he wasn't the one who initiated the action. He was just a follower, which made him feel that it wasn't enough. If I don't die, there will be such an opportunity in the future. At that time, I will definitely learn from the great sage Sun and turn the world upside down, making it restless. His intuition told him that the person who left him a message ought to have found a flaw in such a supreme being, and that was why he was able to act like this. He couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, with admiration in his heart. Even if this person isn't a hero, he's surely a formidable figure. I have no choice but to admire his boldness. Such an unmatched existence. For normal people, they might only feel fear or perhaps even submission. Who dare to resist? Not to mention finding a flaw in such a supreme being. Chuyang looked back at his own actions and realized that his first reaction was fear. Wasn't he always thinking about escaping? How could they have the courage to fight with him? How could they have the courage to fight with him? Roar. Chapter 1781. At the same time, the Supreme Being also sent something into his body to chase after the flying needle. Behind him, Chuyang could clearly see blood-colored chains of order approaching at an extremely fast speed, as if the black and white impermanence had come to capture his soul. Bang! 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 The flying needle began to wreak havoc, piercing through the meridians, blasting out large holes one after another. It even went back and forth, breaking the entire meridians. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. Whoosh! 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 The chains of order became faster and crazier, and more. The flying needle disappeared with a space-time jump. Suddenly, Chuyang saw a cloudless sky for thousands of miles. Then, he flew towards this cloudless sky. Ah! A miserable scream that tore the sky and almost shattered Chuyang's eardrums. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Fortunately, he had the protection of the world cauldron. Otherwise, he would have turned into ashes. At this moment, he realized that the flying needle had directly pierced through one of the Supreme Being's eyeballs. Whoosh! The flying needle turned back and once again entered the other eye of the Supreme Being, constantly shuttling back and forth, wantonly destroying it. Although the flying needle was extremely small, how could such a fragile part like the eye be unable to withstand it? Domineering enough. Who exactly is the person who left this message? Just a flying needle left behind almost turned the world upside down. Chuyang was even more impressed by this person. Chi! After the flying needle crazily destroyed the Supreme Being's eyes, it directly pierced through the Supreme Being's brain, once again causing great destruction. It tormented the Supreme Being until he could neither live nor die. It even wanted to kill him, leaving Chuyang dumbfounded. What a big heart. Even an ant wants to kill a divine elephant. However, Chuyang was thinking too much. The Supreme Being had defensive means. The flying needle did not succeed. It immediately jumped through space-time and left the Supreme Being's body in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the void. During this process, Chuyang did not know where he was. He only realized that he was crazily traveling along a dark path. During this period, huge dark stars constantly flew past. The light released by the world cauldron in the grotto heaven became stronger and stronger, overflowing out of his body and protecting him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. During the flying needle's flight, it continuously shook. The unmatched creature's essence blood adhered to it, causing great damage to the flying needle. Fine cracks already covered its surface, vaguely looking like it was going to explode and turn into fine powder. Chuyang tried to transfer the power of the world cauldron to the flying needle, but he found that he could not activate the world cauldron at all. With a loud rumble, the flying needle drilled into the barrier of a certain world, but as soon as it did, it exploded. Pooh! Chuyang suffered a huge blow. He spat out a large mouthful of snow, which also contained fragments of his internal organs. His internal organs were in great pain. The protective power of the world cauldron disappeared without warning at this moment. Fortunately, before it disappeared, it blocked almost all of the power of the explosion of the flying needles. Bang! Chuyang fell straight down from the sky like an awl, straight into the ground. He did not cause a huge explosion, but instead sank deep into the ground. Now his physical body was simply too strong. It was even sturdier than a divine weapon and was almost as sharp as a divine weapon. His physical body had become a god. This was definitely not just a saying. Chuyang was severely injured. He could not move at all underground. He directly activated the Destiny Twins, martial spirits, and fell into a deep sleep. Once again, he handed over everything to his martial spirits. When he woke up, he found that he was no longer underground. Instead, he saw the ice koan and Jubeji. His eyes widened. What's going on? Where am I? Why am I seeing the ice koan and Beiji? Is this an illusion? He used his palm as a knife and cut off a piece of flesh from Beiji's body. Chapter 1782. It seems to be true. I must have returned to the world of gods, and Kuan found me. In the end, Chu Yang was able to confirm all of this. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was incomparably unreal. It was as if nothing had happened, and he had only had a dream. The divine beast of the sovereign realm used to make wine. The person who left the message, the flying needle, the strange world, the soldiers in the world cauldron, and the supreme beings, all these seemed to be non-existent, but it was definitely not a dream. Chu Yang's 100 grotto heavens were real. In the first 100 grotto heavens, the world cauldron was like a mountain suppressing it, making the 100 grotto heavens even more astonishing and sturdy. Phew! Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He sorted out his emotions and calmed down completely. Then, he asked, Kuan, where are we now? Master, you don't know. Bing Kuan was very surprised because, in his opinion, Chu Yang must have returned because he had seen the message he had left behind. Beast Abyss. Bing Kuan did not need to answer. While speaking, Chu Yang glanced around slightly and was directly stunned on the spot. This was not the most important thing. At this moment, he was suddenly at the place where he had first entered the world of gods. At that time, the thunder tribulation had broken through the barrier of the world of gods, and the world origin had emerged. Because of this, he had cultivated 11 grotto heavens and obtained the inheritance of the infinite sovereign. The flying needle had brought him back here. Could it be that this had something to do with the infinite sovereign? For a moment, Chu Yang was stunned on the spot. Bing Kuan instantly understood. Chu Yang did not know that he had returned to the Beast Abyss and returned to the space-time passage. Master must have experienced something incredible. Otherwise, with Master's careless mind, it would be impossible for him to be like this. But what exactly did Master experience during this period? Bing Kuan had never seen Chu Yang like this before. His eyes were blurred, as if he was sleepwalking. Sheng deity, it seems that the little Sheng deity has lost his soul. Quickly treat him, or it will be too late, Zhu Beiji suggested. I think we should hit the little saint deity's head hard. I'm sure the medicine will be able to cure him. As soon as they met, Chu Yang cut off a piece of Zhu Beiji's pork and roasted it. Zhu Beiji's heart was filled with resentment, and he couldn't suppress the demon in his heart that wanted revenge. Thus, even though he knew that the consequences would be severe and that he would be in a miserable state, he still opened his mouth and urged the ice koan on for the sake of that slight possibility. Pa! Bing Kuan patted Zhu Beiji's head without making a sound. He just rolled his eyes at Zhu Beiji. Little guy, do you think your grandpa Kuan is a fool? Who was his master? He was known as Chu Hang, Bastard Chu, Destitute Chu, Shameless Chu. He had all kinds of attributes. He always took advantage of others and never suffered losses. He was two-faced to the extreme. At the same time, he was narrow-minded and proficient in all kinds of tricks. Playing child's play with such a master was child's play. If he was remembered, he didn't know how to cry in the future. Hee. Zhu Beiji smirked and probed again. Sheng deity, why don't you do it? Why don't I do it? Bing Kuan was completely convinced. This pig was actually thinking of something good. He didn't know that he was courting death. Did I stop you? Hee. Zhu Beiji heard this and grinned from ear to ear. As long as Bing Kuan didn't stop him, it would be fine. As for giving King Chu a slap on the back of his head, there were too many reasons. Wasn't this all for King Chu's good? Later, he could use disrespect to show his supreme concern and loyalty. King Chu would be so touched that he would not only praise him, but also reward him handsomely. Chapter 1783. Smack! Zhu Beiji wasn't happy. Not only had he delivered a solid slap, he'd used all his strength. However, he controlled his strength perfectly. It wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. I really am a genius, haha. Zhu Beiji was overjoyed. All that was left was for him to express his loyalty to Chu Yang and explain his painstaking efforts. He'd already prepared his lines and was even mulling them over. Chu Yang was hit hard on the back of his head, and he immediately sobered up. He hurriedly said to Bing Kun, Kun, do you think it's possible that the infinite dominator had long known when, where, and how I would enter the god's world? So he had prepared everything early on and was waiting for my arrival? That was the only logical explanation for why he'd received the infinite dominator's legacy, why he'd experienced everything, and why he'd returned to this place. The infinite dominator had seen through everything and knew what Chu Yang was going to do. He'd already made the necessary arrangements. The infinite dominator, Zhu Beiji, who'd been all smiles, stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard the name. He happened to know who the infinite dominator was, but didn't the infinite dominator say that he was the Meridian? Zhu Beiji was scared out of his wits. Who would have thought this bastard was related to the infinite dominator? The Kun was also stunned. Master, you're not part of fate. Even the Alpha Dominator can't detect you. The Infinite Dominator shouldn't be able to. What's impossible? Chu Yang spoke even faster. Kun, have you ever heard of using a sovereign divine beast to make medicinal wine? Using a sovereign divine beast to make medicinal wine. Was that even possible? Zhu Beiji's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Yang. Are you stupid? Soon after, he muttered to himself. Could it be that this genius power is so shocking that I can really beat a bastard into a fool and establish supreme merit? Chu Yang pushed Zhu Beiji's face to the side. Kun, have you ever heard of sovereign being nothing more than an ant? Hegemons were nothing but ants. Zhu Beiji felt even more amazed. He couldn't help but stretch out his neck and turn his black face towards Chu Yang again. He sized Chu Yang up from head to toe and directly said, It can't be. I've really beaten this son of a bitch into a fool. How can he say such stupid things? After that, he muttered to himself, I'm afraid that I might have accidentally become a bodhisattva and saved thousands of lives in the world. My merit is unprecedented and will never be matched by anyone else. I'm sure I won't be a pig in my next life. He was pulled away again. Kun, have you heard that the gap between two bricks is an endless abyss to us? Huh. Zhu Beiji pointed at Chu Yang and burst into laughter. Have you ever heard of world fruits and world cauldrons? Have you ever heard of a person like Bing? Bing, the Kun, who was in a daze, suddenly screamed. Master, the Bing you're talking about is the master of soldiers. Not only was his body trembling, but his lips were also trembling. His voice was also trembling. His pupils were dilated as if he was about to die. He was extremely shocked. Chapter 1784. The Master of Weapons. Chu Yang was also slightly taken aback. His eyes were unfocused as he looked into the distance. He opened his mouth and said, I don't know if he is the Master of Weapons, but he called himself Bing and said that one word was enough. At this moment, he finally understood why the so-called Bing could collect the boundary cauldron for him. Why couldn't the Master of Weapons? Then he must be the Master of Weapons. The Ice Kun calmed down and continued. Other than the Master of Weapons, no one dares to call themselves Bing. What about the others? The Ice Kun's pupils suddenly shrank, and its eyes became blurred. It seemed to be recalling carefully, and then it said, soaking a sovereign-level divine beast in medicinal wine. My ancestor once said such words before he died. At that time, we all thought that he was delirious and was talking nonsense. Who would have thought that such a thing actually happened? Ah, ah, ah. A scream pierced into the ears of Chu Yang and the Ice Kun. They were all awakened. They saw Zhu Beiji rolling and crawling on the ground as if he had gone mad from fright. He plowed a layer of the ground as he trembled and curled into a ball. This pig also knows fear. Chu Yang and the Ice Kun shook their heads, and then couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were shocked before, but it didn't mean that they didn't know what this pig had done. But they didn't have time to care about Zhu Beiji. Master, is it true that using sovereign-level divine beasts to make medicinal wine really exists? The ice Kuan asked seriously. Chu Yang thought of the scene before, and his face became serious. He nodded with certainty and said, "It does exist. I saw it with my own eyes. At the bottom of the medicinal wine, I looked up and saw that it was densely packed with the corpses of divine beasts like the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the qilin, the phoenix, and so on. They were like stars suspended in the sky. I'm afraid I will never forget such a scene for the rest of my life." It seems that the ridiculous story that has been passed down in the Kunpeng clan is also true. One of our ancestors was captured to make medicinal wine. The Ice Kuan's tone was also very serious. The Kunpeng clan was so powerful and free. They roamed the universe and were unrestrained. But such a powerful Kunpeng was still reduced to such a state. How could he not sigh? It was no wonder that his master Chu Yang had such a look just now. No matter how thick-skinned a person was, he would probably be scared out of his wits after seeing such a scene. After that, Chu Yang avoided Zhu Beiji and told the Ice Kuan what he saw in the strange world. The Ice Kuan was speechless for a long time. Ice Kuan generally agreed with Chu Yang's judgment. The infinite dominator had long been prepared. He had been waiting for his master Chu Yang to complete such a task. Inferring from this, his master would definitely be the main figure in many major events in the future. He might even be the decisive figure. The Ice Kuan didn't say this out loud. He was afraid that his master would be disgusted by it. "I'm afraid that my master is destined. Maybe it's the will of our ancestors?" The Ice Kuan couldn't help but have such a thought. When he looked at Chu Yang again, he agreed with his own judgment. He was the first person in the divine world who had become a god with a physical body. The infinite dominator and the master of 10,000 weapons were the two supreme figures in the legends. How many people in the world could enter their eyes, let alone an ant like his master? However, both of them valued their master so much that they were paving the way for his master. What did this mean? Chapter 1785. Master, please don't tell anyone about this in the future. Otherwise, you will be in deep trouble. In the end, the Ice Kuan solemnly reminded him of this. Chu Yang nodded. The Lord of Weapons had once told him that the more he knew, the faster he would die. This world is not as simple as I thought. Chu Yang's arrogance and sharpness had almost completely disappeared. He no longer felt that he was extraordinary or impressive. There is always someone better than you, and there was always someone better than you. He could only truly understand such a superficial logic after experiencing it so deeply. "Beiji, come here." Chu Yang buried all these thoughts in his heart and threw them to the back of his mind. He returned to his original self and waved at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. "I'm done for. Hee. Zhu Beiji said with a smile. "Little saint, I was just worried that you were possessed. That was why I spoke so rudely." He raised his hand and swore, "But this pig swears that I am not petty. This pig is loyal to the little saint. The heavens and the earth can be my witness. I am willing to go through fire and water for you." "Oh," Chu Yang smiled and said, "Who did you just call a fool?" Me. Zhu Beiji was sweating profusely. "I heard that you accidentally turned into a bodhisattva just now. Is that true?" Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and cracked his knuckles. He looked like he was about to kill a pig. The smile on his face grew even wider. "Oh my, did this bastard lose his mind? How can he remember it so clearly? This genius is really going to die this time." Zhu Beiji wept inwardly for a while before he immediately said, "Little saint god, you were so bewitched that I had no choice but to provoke you. I didn't expect it to work immediately. I, Beiji, am so happy that I'm about to cry." "Sob sob." Zhu Beiji burst into tears. His teardrops the size of beans immediately fell. He looked like he was crying tears of joy. A pig talent. Bing Kuan was full of admiration. His shamelessness was comparable to his master's. Beiji, I saw you laughing very loudly just now. Am I very funny? Chuyang was completely unmoved by Zhu Beiji's performance. It was not like he had never seen someone of this level before. Fuck, how can I remember it so clearly? Zhu Beiji cursed in his heart. This bastard is definitely petty. I'm doomed this time. Little saint, weren't you joking just now? The tears on Zhu Beiji's black face stopped, but there were still traces of tears. He looked like a child, innocent and pure as he asked. Chuyang could not help but admire the pig in his heart. This pig's ability made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. It was a pity that this pig was not a peerless beauty. Otherwise, its lethality would be indescribable. It's a joke. He paused for a moment, then laughed eerily. Beiji, let me ask you another question. Did you enjoy the fight just now? Zhu Beiji's heart sank into despair. A dead pig fears no boiling water. He rubbed his chin and reminisced. Then he nodded. It's all right, but it's too imperfect. None of my ideas came to fruition. You didn't get your way because I didn't praise you or give you any rewards, right? Zhu Beiji was shocked when he heard this. This bastard was an expert in this field. Then he clasped his fists at Chuyang. I didn't expect the little saint to be an expert in this field. I made a fool of myself just now. Please don't laugh at me, little saint. Beiji, are you trying to use the pig's method to explain to me what a dead pig fears no boiling water means? Chuyang laughed evilly. Zhu Beiji's hair stood on end and his eyes widened. I'll satisfy you. Chuyang said to Bing Kuan. Kuan, give me a hand. Go and slaughter this beast so that it'll be easier to turn it into a dead pig. Explain to me exactly what it means by a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. Yes, master. Zhu Beiji howled as soon as the ice Kuan finished speaking. Don't be like this, little saint. I was wrong, okay? You can cut my flesh as you wish. You can eat my front hooves or my back hooves, but please don't kill a pig. Beiji, you surrendered so quickly. Chuyang laughed evilly. Bang, bang, bang. He gave Zhu Beiji a good beating. When he was done, he clapped his hands twice and said to the ice Kuan, Kunkin, let's go. Let's return to the heavenly soul realm. It's time to meet the cute people. Whoosh. Chapter 1786. Rumble. Chuyang had just returned to the seal from the space-time tunnel. Before he could greet his Uncle Sima, thunder rumbled in the sky and a thick thundercloud formed. This was the lightning tribulation of the soul fusion realm. My little cutie, you're welcoming my return. Chuyang looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and laughed heartily. The advancement of one's realm was natural. There was nothing strange about it. He immediately switched his martial Dao form. His cultivation in the God's world became hidden, while his cultivation in the heavenly spirit world became visible. He was still at the 9th level of the spirit realm. Uncle, long time no see. I missed you. Chuyang's greeting was so warm that Sima Jian couldn't get used to it. He even had goosebumps. Sima Jian didn't know that Chuyang was extremely happy to return to the normal world. It was as if he had entered heaven from hell. Rumble. However, in the time it took to speak, the lightning punishment had already splashed down. 9 bolts of lightning punishment descended at once, like 9 lightning axes that could split the heavens and earth apart. It was deafening, shaking the heavens and earth, and illuminating the heavens and earth with a blazing light. Chuyang did not resist at all. He allowed the 9 thunderbolts to strike his body. Amidst the endless thunderbolts, he ran over to hug Sima Jian. Sima Jian was so scared that he hurriedly dodged with a whoosh sound. Who would want to be involved in the lightning tribulation? Sima Jian didn't want to. Who could handle the lightning tribulation like this? Sima Jian couldn't. This monster, Zhu Beiji, whose face was bruised, stared blankly at Chuyang outside the heavenly abode. He asked the ice Kuan, Sheng deity, does the little Sheng deity usually undergo the lightning tribulation like this? Zhu Beiji's eyes were greatly opened. This is normal for the master. I didn't hear the master shouting about the lightning tribulation, little cutie. The ice Kuan smiled bitterly. To Chu Yang, the lightning tribulation wasn't just a little cutie. It was a close companion and comrade in arms. With the help of the lightning tribulation, he would cause trouble everywhere. When the 9 lightning tribulations landed on Chu Yang's body, they didn't hurt him at all. Instead, they were all absorbed by him. His body was so tough that even a first-stage soul amalgamation realm lightning tribulation couldn't damage it at all. Be careful. Fuse your martial spirit and divine spirit. Don't leave behind any flaws. After hearing Sima Jian's reprimanding voice, Chu Yang pretended to sit down cross-legged. Generally speaking, no one dared to be careless about the fusion of their martial soul and spirit. There was no one like Chu Yang. If this person was not Chu Yang, but Parrot or Cui Xinho, Sima Jian would have dealt with them long ago. However, whether it was the Parrot or Cui Xinho and the others, it was impossible for them to take it so lightly. Uncle, it's not a big deal. I just came back, and you're criticizing me because of this? I'm not happy. Chu Yang was still sloppy. Sima Jian couldn't do anything about it. Even the ice Kuan in Chu Yang's cave didn't have a temper. Chu Yang was just like that. Rumble. When the first lightning tribulations landed, the second and third lightning tribulations followed. There were a total of 9 lightning tribulations. Every time, 9 lightning tribulations landed simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the lightning tribulations from 1st to 9th stage soul amalgamation realm ended. The lightning tribulations seemed to have known Chu Yang since a long time ago. Chu Yang released his mental energy. Immediately, chains of order appeared and entered the void. Behind him, the 9 heavenly palace appeared. Soul amalgamation realm. The fusion of the martial soul and divine spirit. After that, it blended with the heavens and earth. Once the fusion with the heavens and earth reached the limit, the 9 heavenly palace would appear. When Sima Jian saw this scene, he was a bit short of breath. Comparisons are odious. Chu Yang, that little bastard. It was too easy for him to advance. It was as if he had directly reached the 9th stage soul amalgamation realm from the 9th stage of the spirit realm. Furthermore, it only took a blink of an eye. Chapter 1787. Roar. Chu Yang's martial spirit was currently fusing with his light soul, devil soul, and his own god soul. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword and the light merged with the sword martial spirit, and the demon spirit merged with the blade martial spirit. This was not Chu Yang's original intention. He wanted to fuse the light soul and devil soul with the divine demon martial spirit, but he was unable to do so. The divine demon martial spirit rejected the light soul and devil soul, and the light soul and devil soul did not seem to be able to fuse with the divine demon martial spirit, which was the Destiny Twins. As a result, both of them had fused with the saber and sword martial soul. This grandpa's Destiny Twins are really too outrageous. They have completely jumped out of the heavenly spirit world's martial arts system. Chu Yang was a little surprised. After all, the light soul and devil soul were formed from the 7 souls of the darkness devil emperor and the chief sovereign of light. Both the chief sovereign of light and the darkness devil emperor were extremely powerful. But even so, it was still not enough. Roar! The fusion of the chaos dragon martial soul and Chu Yang's divine soul was also possible. The chaos dragon martial soul was created by Chu Yang. It could be said to have started from nothing and then continued to evolve. Everything was created by Chu Yang, and it represented creativity, countless possibilities, and it also represented heaven-defying actions, and so on. It had many similarities with his own personality. The fusion between the two was nothing more than the fusion of Chu Yang's ideas with his own. It was also like receiving his own results. The fusion between the martial soul and the 3 great spirits was almost seamless. It was completed in an instant. At this moment, the thundercloud in the sky had yet to completely disperse. What about abilities? Once the fusion was complete, Chu Yang sensed that there were no changes. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Previously, when he reached the spirit stage, he had obtained the divine demon twins. Now that he had broken through to the soul fusion stage, his spirit and martial soul had fused. Logically speaking, he should have obtained a divine ability, but why didn't he obtain one? After pondering for a while, he vaguely felt something strange. After the light spirit and the sword martial spirit fused, the light seemed to be the sword, and the sword was the light. After the demon spirit and the saber martial spirit fused, the darkness seemed to be the saber, and the saber was the saber. It's added to the sword and saber techniques. Chuyang was slightly disappointed. It was not difficult for him to fuse the two together. The fusion of the Chaos Dragon martial soul and my own divine spirit didn't produce any divine abilities. In the end, he discovered that the divine ability might have been produced, but it had already fused with the divine ability he had previously mastered. It seemed to be a spatial teleportation technique or some other spatial technique. As he delved deeper, he finally sensed something from the runes formed by the fusion of the two. It was the grand confinement technique. Wong. With a thought, Chuyang waved his hand in the air. Immediately, the space around him was locked down, causing Sima Jian to be shocked. Such a spell wasn't the ability to control the heavens and earth, nor was it the ability of a soul amalgamation realm cultivator to suppress a lower realm cultivator. It was a true spatial spell. Chicken ribs, no, this can't even be considered a divine ability. Chuyang was thoroughly disappointed. With his heavenly abode, he could more or less do the same. It was just more convenient. The way he shook his head made Sima Jian have the urge to beat him up. This was a spatial divine ability. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Wah, Chuhang, when I heard the thunder, this divine bird knew that you were back. Flapping sounds could be heard, and a colorful ray of light came from the outside and went straight into the seal of the space-time tunnel. Who else could it be other than a parrot? Chapter 1788. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Cui Xinho and the other two, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang all arrived. As soon as they saw Chuyang, their pupils immediately shrank. At first glance, Chuyang seemed to be a person without cultivation, let alone his current realm. In addition, their divine senses did not detect any danger at all, which made them even more shocked. In other words, Chuyang had improved so much in such a short period of time that their sharp divine senses, the intuition that martial artists relied on, were completely deceived by Chuyang. Even the Death Spirit realm is useless against this guy? What kind of realm has this guy reached? The three of them were extremely shocked. Because of the origin of the world that Chuyang had given them, the three of them had all broken through to the Death Spirit realm and had a solid foundation. Originally, they thought that they would be able to suppress Chuyang, but the moment they saw Chuyang, they realized that this idea was a joke. They were already sweating. Even if they knew that Chuyang was amazing, it would be difficult for them to detect Chuyang sneaking up on them. At that time, they would be at Chuyang's mercy. Wah! The parrot had cultivated to the third level of the transcendence realm in a short period of time and condensed its own transcendence image. It was very proud and arrogant. It poked at Chuyang with its wings. Chuhang, what realm are you at? Do you dare to show it? Do you dare to fight with this divine bird? Little bitch, are you sure? Chuyang thought. Little bitch, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've grown so much. You actually dare to clamor at me. My realm is not high. I'm only at the 9th level of the soul fusion realm. I've just broken through 9 levels. He revealed his aura. He was only at the 9th level of the soul fusion realm. Wah! The parrot was completely excited. Hey, that thing. Today is the time for this divine bird to wash away my shame. I'll definitely strip you naked and hang you up to dry. It directly attacked, and a much smaller parrot appeared behind it. It looked like a pygmy parrot and a colorful sparrow. Ha! Chuyang saw the parrot's transcendence image and burst into laughter. Little bee, that's your son. Who's your son's mother? After a pause, he praised the parrot. Little bee, you did a good job keeping your secret. Bah! The parrot flew into a rage out of humiliation. Scammer Chew, I'll show you the power of my divine bird dharma form. I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Swoosh. The parrot's dharma idol flew toward Chu Yang at top speed, then vanished. However, Chu Yang could clearly sense some sort of natural law power descending upon him. He didn't stop the parrot and let it do what it wanted. In just an instant, a Chu Yang silently appeared in front of Chu Yang. The colorful Chu Yang strength was no different from Chu Yang's. It was like a mirror image of Chu Yang. Replicating my opponent, Chu Yang squinted his eyes. The ability of this transcendence image was not to be underestimated. If it could completely replicate his strength, it would be simply heaven-defying. Waha! The parrot put its wings on its waist and laughed arrogantly. Chu Hang, beat yourself up. This divine bird's idea is not bad, right? Are you satisfied? After that, it pointed at Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longshan one by one. It proudly said, "This divine bird will tell you. These three have all been hit. It's useless even if they are in the death spirit realm. If this divine bird wants them to beat themselves up, they must beat themselves up. Chu Hang, this time it's your turn. Surrender." The last sentence was not from the parrot, but from the colorful Chu Yang. Chapter 1789. Rumble. The multicolored Chu Yang exploded with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura. Like a colorful sun, the spear of judgment formed in his hand, which he thrust toward Chu Yang. On the spear of judgment, chains of order appeared, making clanging sounds. When the spear of judgment was about to pierce down, they directly locked onto Chu Yang. Chu Yang's spear of judgment didn't have chains of order when he was in the heavenly spirit world. In other words, the spear of judgment of radiance and light had been replicated, but only partially. Compared to the sun of radiance and light, the spear of judgment of radiance and light used by the parrot's dharma idol was on a completely different level. Maybe the parrot will be able to replicate it after I use it. If he could learn the abilities of the parrot's dharma idol, he would be able to use them against his enemies. Therefore, as he pondered the parrot's divine ability with a frown, the parrot became even more complacent. Wahaha! This divine bird really is invincible. The parrot roared with laughter. Chu Yang casually punched out, and his fist moved as fast as the speed of light. The multicolored Chu Yang was sent flying. The parrot's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and its arrogant demeanor froze. Bang! Before it could react, the multicolored Chu Yang, who had fallen in front of it, exploded. The huge energy sent it flying. It was dripping with blood, and its body was burning with pain. It felt incomparably sore. So this is your so-called invincibility, you little bitch? Invincibility that can't even withstand a single blow. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He hadn't even used his full strength yet. The parrot didn't even hear Chu Yang's words. Its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was so proud of itself, and had been showing off its invincible skills everywhere. But now they were nothing more than dog farts. How could its legend be destroyed so quickly? Lu Yunpeng and the others were also stunned. Although their cultivation bases were higher than the parrot's, they had been tormented by the parrot for some time now. They had been beating themselves up all day long, to the point where they were about to vomit. They knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the parrot's ultimate move. However, the thing that they were cursing was actually ineffective on Chu Yang. For a long time, the parrot didn't utter a single word. When it recovered, it tried again and again, but the result was the same. It couldn't withstand a single blow. After that, the parrot acted like a child whose favorite toy had been broken by Chu Yang. It went straight for Chu Yang. "Chu Hang, you jinx! Give me back my legend. Little bastard, you're not done yet." Chu Yang made his move. With a chi sound, a beam of light swept over. All of the feathers on its body fell off one after another. It was incomparably cool and refreshing. Just as it was wondering what the hell was going on, with a swoosh, the shadow formed by the feathers suddenly moved and landed on its body. Its two wings swayed in front of it. Immediately, a beam of light suspended it in midair. The parrot was beaten half to death. It couldn't accept it for a short time. It cried out, "My legend, my invincibility. Chu Hang, I'll definitely draw a circle and curse you." Afterward, it was listless and sullen. It surrendered. "Chu Hang, I feel hurt. My heart hurts. When I get back, I'll definitely hide in a corner, lick my wounds, and be a bird again." Little bastard, a bird has to keep a low profile. That's what I learned from the pain. Chapter 1790. Chu Yang sneered and opened the letter of challenge. Two words immediately appeared in his eyes. Luo Xiao. This name immediately reminded him of another person, Yi Hai. Luo Xiao had no choice but to fight with you. At that time, can you spare Luo Xiao's life? Yi Hai's request was more or less like this. Chu Yang didn't think he remembered it wrong. Gong Sun Long. Chu Yang was furious. Gong Sun Long had cut off one of his elder brother's arms. As soon as he entered the Sky Academy, he was provoked by Gong Sun Long's younger brother and clansman. Although he killed Gong Sun Long's younger brother and clansman, the hatred was not over. Gong Sun Long's younger brother and clansman had died because they had asked for it. They wanted to kill Chu Yang, so Chu Yang killed them in return. He didn't have any burden, nor did he have any guilt. It was not enough to offset the hatred. Gong Sun Long had cut off one of his elder brother's arms. This hatred had to be avenged. Now, Chu Yang hadn't gone to find Gong Sun Long, but Gong Sun Long had come to him. Gong Sun Long's impatience should have something to do with the battle between me and Chun Burang. He wants to test my strength on behalf of Chun Burang. Chu Yang sneered. He thinks Luo Xiao's strength is enough, doesn't he? Hearing his words, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it was Chu Yang before, Luo Xiao's strength might be enough to test him, but now it was just wishful thinking. The three of them had only heard of Luo Xiao recently. He was a new star in the inner yard. He was very belligerent and had defeated more than a dozen experts in the inner yard. He even killed some of his opponents with one move, which was quite amazing. Luo Xiao was also at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Although Chu Yang didn't mention Gong Sun Long, the three of them knew who Chu Yang was mocking. After all, they had been with Parrot for so long. How could they not know about the hatred between Gong Sun Long and Chu Yang? In addition, Luo Xiao had a relationship with Gong Sun Long. Everyone in the Sky Academy probably knew about it. The three of them were naturally not ordinary people. Of course, they immediately understood Gong Sun Long's intention, to scout for Chun Burang. This was just a scheme to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Borrowing Chun Burang's knife to kill Chu Yang. The three of them looked down on Gong Sun Long. Even though Gong Sun Long had a grudge against Gong Sun Long, he only dared to make some small moves under the stage. He didn't have the courage to face Chu Yang. Waha, there's another unlucky guy. There's another show to watch. The parrot, which had already suffered a huge blow, didn't even need to lick its wounds now. It was revived with full blood, and it began to laugh wildly. It was full of evil humor. With a slight movement, the wings were reattached. Its movements were extremely practiced. Then, the feathers on its body grew out one by one. They were even more beautiful than before. Flutter. It was as if it had picked up a great fortune. It was so excited that it was like a butterfly flying up and down. Pichu. This time you have to make it more interesting. Recently, when you weren't here, this divine bird was about to be bored to death by these idiots. They're all too boring. Chui Xinho and the other two were fine. Parrots were always like this. They were unhappy when there was no fun. However, Lu Yunpeng and the other two's faces darkened. They were either shameless or fools. You deserve to have your wings cut off. You deserve it. No, it's obviously uncomfortable. I understand. As soon as the three finished speaking, the parrot remembered the past when its legend was shattered. It almost jumped up and shouted, "Hey, you three, are you missing the invincibility of this divine bird? This divine bird will satisfy you. Take this. Parrot's ultimate supreme skill, Parrot's unique and righteous skill." The little parrot appeared again. It flapped its wings and flew out. It split into three and then disappeared. Chapter 1791. It's an AoE skill. Chuyang was shocked. The parrot skill was really heaven-defying, making him a little envious. But why can't it work on me? As soon as this thought appeared, he immediately understood. His physical body had become a god. His flesh shell could now be said to be a godhead, as if there was a layer of protection, isolating the parrot's divine skill and making it ineffective. Although my fleshly body has become a god, it's still made of flesh and blood. It can't compare to godhood. However, compared to godhood, my fleshly body has limitless possibilities. If I can strengthen it further, I might even be invulnerable to all magic. Chuyang found a new direction. If he could do it, he would really be invincible. Low-key, low-key. In the future, if I have 10% of my strength, I will at most use 10%. If I am forced, I will at most use 20% of my strength. 30% is the limit. The experience in the strange world made Chuyang much more cautious than before. He decided to turn over a new leaf and be a low-key person in the future. While the parrot and Lu Yunpeng were making a ruckus, someone outside asked to see him. His surname was Yi, and his name was Yihai. It's probably another request. Chuyang was a little reluctant, but in the end, he went out. When the parrot saw this, it immediately gave up and flew onto Chuyang's shoulder. Then, it left arrogantly, causing Lu Yunpeng and the other two to curse. Because although the parrot left, they still had to beat themselves up. After a while, Chuyang saw Yihai outside. It was Yihai who had asked him to spare Luo Xiu's life. "Greetings, Brother Chu." Yihai was happy to see Chuyang. He immediately cupped his fists and then smiled bitterly. "Hey, that thing!" The parrot on Chuyang's shoulder shouted. "What bullshit, Brother Chu. Do you know how to behave and speak the human language? Call him Chu Shunxian. Chu Hang just stole this divine bird's legend." "Greetings, Chu Shunxian." Yihai didn't have much resistance to this. Saying that Chuyang was a legend was also true. Since when had anyone from the Eastern Wilderness been able to show off in the East Continent and suppress the Sky Academy all by himself? The only exception was Chuyang. "Little bitch, don't talk nonsense." After Chuyang threw a sentence to the parrot, he said to Yihai, "Previously, you begged me to spare Luo Xiu's life, and I agreed. You know that I'm a man of my word. Have there been any changes this time?" Yihai was taken aback when he heard this. He was incomparably astonished. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "He knows the meaning of the song just by listening to it. I didn't say anything, but he seems to already know everything. He's truly inhuman." He did not conceal it as he nodded his head and said, "That is indeed the case. Gongsun Liang has given Luo Xiu a death order. This time, there will only be 2 results for the battle between him and Chu Shenhua." After a pause, Yihai felt sorrowful and said seriously, "Either you die or Luo Xiu. There can't be any other results. Otherwise, Luo Xiu's entire family will be wiped out." Wiped out? Chuyang's anger surged in his heart, like stormy waves in the ocean. This was not only extremely insidious, but also an animal's behavior, which made him particularly angry. At this moment, his killing intent towards Gongsun Long had also risen to the extreme. If he didn't kill Gongsun Long, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. "So, this time, you've changed your mind. You're asking me not to show mercy and to give Luo Xiu a quick death, right?" Chuyang's tone was very cold. It was really infuriating to force someone to such a state. "No." After a long while, Yihai opened his mouth and said, "This time, I'm still asking Chu Shanhua to think of a way to save Luo Xiu and his entire family." Chapter 1792. He kowtowed 3 times, but did not make any promises, nor did he say anything about repayment. His pleading words were definitely not sincere, and showed a sense of urgency and other emotions. In short, Yihai did not seem to know how to beg others, but this made Chuyang even more moved. Perhaps this is the first time in his life that he has knelt to someone and begged for help. A man had gold under his knees. Which man would kneel so easily? Naturally, it was because he had encountered difficulties. In life, who would not encounter difficulties? Who could guarantee that one day he would have to kneel and beg for help? It was fine in this life, but in his previous life, Chu Yang definitely did not dare to guarantee it, so the anger in his heart was even more intense. A dignified man was actually forced into such a state by this bastard Gong Sun Liang. He sympathized with Luo Xiao and admired Yi Hai. Not everyone could be like Luo Xiao, who could make friends with Yi Hai, such a brother. On this point, Chu Yang was incomparably envious of Luo Xiao, but this was a bit difficult. However, when he thought about how Luo Xiao had fallen into such a situation because of him, Chu Yang was unable to say such words. But on second thought, if it wasn't for him, Luo Xiao would probably have the same ending. Without him, there would be others. Gong Sun Liang always had enemies, powerful enemies, and Luo Xiao's ending was already destined. In the end, he still did not speak. After thinking for a while, he said, "Has Luo Xiao always been Gong Sun Liang's servant?" "No," Yi Hai said truthfully. Luo Xiao chose to rely on Gong Sun Liang because of cultivation resources. People like us, if not for this, would not have the chance to stand out. The last sentence was an explanation of Luo Xiao's actions. However, Chu Yang could not agree. "What do you mean by people like us? Since ancient times, there have been many people who have achieved great things, but I have never seen them like you and Luo Xiao, belittling themselves and despairing themselves. If they had the same mentality as the two of you, they would definitely disappear in the long river of history and become nameless." Yi Hai was slightly shocked, and he said to himself in his heart, "It really seems to be like this. Luo Xiao and I seem to be feeling remorseful and blaming the heavens and others." He looked at Chu Yang again, and the shock in his heart grew even greater. How much better can Chu Yang be compared to me and Luo Xiao? He has talent, but his status is extremely low, and he is derided as a wild dog. But when have I ever seen him dissatisfied with his status because of his low status? "Brother Chu, I've learned a lot." Yi Hai stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Yang. "Do you know what's most buried under our feet?" Yi Hai was slightly stunned. He didn't know what Chu Yang wanted to say, so he could only listen. "Ambition, it's ambition. To put it nicely, it's a grand ambition, a dream. I don't know how many people have brought their ambitions to rest on the ground. Some may regret it, and some may fail, but they have no regrets, because they were once brilliant, and they gave it their all. There are also some who are calmly accepting their own choices and tasting the bitter fruits brought about by their own choices." Chu Yang wasn't trying to be a good teacher and educate Yi Hai. He was just speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, there should be many people with a restless heart, a heart that had no place to rest. What they wanted to pursue, what they wanted to achieve, it made them restless, unable to settle down, unable to obtain peace in their hearts. Perhaps, even until death, they wouldn't be able to calm down and would fall to the ground with unwillingness. Naturally, he also had a restless heart, but he didn't know if it would be easier to obtain everything he wanted by calming down his restless heart first, or if it would be easier to obtain everything he wanted by following the restless heart at this moment with endless desire and restlessness. But could a restless heart be able to calm down after obtaining everything he wanted in the beginning? Perhaps, if the heart is restless, even after obtaining what it originally wanted, it wouldn't be calm and would still desire more. In the end, a person's desire will never be satisfied. Chapter 1793. Brother Chu, what are you trying to say? Yi Hai didn't understand what Chu Yang meant. Phew, Chu Yang exhaled and said, "Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. I will try my best to do what I can do. But there has never been a savior in this world, and I'm not a savior. If Luo Xiao didn't struggle anymore, wouldn't it be ridiculous if he, Chu Yang, was burning with anxiety at the side?" Chu Yang's strength had increased greatly. This time, it was easy to save Luo Xiao, but it was a little difficult to save Luo Xiao's family. But it should still be possible. He could save them, but even if he could teach them, he had to teach Luo Xiao a lesson. At least, he had to let him know that there was no free breakfast in this world, and if you made a choice, then you must bear the consequences. Moreover, in this world, except for himself, who could save himself? What ability did Chu Yang have to decide the life and death of Luo Xiao's family? This time he had some strength, but what about the next time he faced a stronger enemy? This time it was Luo Xiao, and next time it would be someone else? It was impossible for Chu Yang to continue paying for the stupidity of others. In fact, he would even use his own life to pay for it. He wasn't selfless and great to such an extent. Even if he was strong enough, he wouldn't endlessly meddle in such trivial matters. This time, Gong Sunlong had completely annoyed Chu Yang. I understand, Yi Hai said after a long time. I will truthfully convey Brother Chu's meaning to Luo Xiao. When he said so, Chu Yang knew that Yi Hai had understood his meaning. Brother Chu, goodbye. Chu Yang didn't agree, but Yi Hai knew that this was the answer, so he cupped his fist and was about to leave. By the way, pass a message to Gong Sunlong for me. He is very incompetent. When Yi Hai heard Chu Yang's words, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. His entire body shook violently. Then he said in astonishment, "How do you know that I have come here with my own intentions? And I also have Gong Sunlong's intentions?" Chu Yang sneered. "Is it so hard to think of? Since Gong Sunlong wants to test me, he doesn't just want to understand my strength, but also my character and temperament. Isn't such a test very suitable?" When Yi Hai heard this explanation, his astonishment disappeared instantly. The problem Gong Sunlong gave Chu Yang was to directly test one's heart. This was indeed a bit too obvious. How could someone like Chu Yang not notice it? However, only a person like Chu Yang would be able to detect it. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't have thought of this at all. I think Gong Sunlong should have gotten a satisfactory answer. I'm a soft-hearted person, but I'm also extremely selfish. Hearing this, Yi Hai was speechless for a long time. Just a moment ago, he was still complaining that Chu Yang was cold-hearted. However, at this moment, he realized that Chu Yang knew that Gong Sunliang was probing him. Gong Sunliang was trying to understand his temperament, but Gong Sunliang was still so direct and honest. Especially after Chu Yang directly exposed all of this, he understood that Chu Yang had exposed even more. Chu Yang wasn't just soft-hearted, he was simply too soft-hearted. Because Chu Yang had given such an answer, he would be able to give Gong Sunlong a satisfactory answer when he returned. Chu Yang didn't just take care of Luo Xiao, he also took care of Yi Hai. However, Chu Yang wasn't afraid of any of this. So what if Gong Sunlong knew? This was a true hero, and Gong Sunlong was indeed incompetent. In an instant, Yi Hai agreed with Chu Yang's words, and Chu Yang admired him from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't because of Chu Yang's amazing talent, nor was it because of anything else. As for Chu Yang's eccentricities, it didn't affect him at all. Brother Chu, farewell. Chapter 1794. Chu Yang nodded and watched him leave. Chu Heng, why don't you ask where Luo Xiao's family is? Wouldn't it be troublesome if we look for them ourselves? The parrot, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke again. It was very unhappy and said disdainfully, Gong Sunlong is really disgusting. He used innocent people to make a fuss. He is really a villain. There is no lack of such people in the world. Humph! The parrot was also a little angry. It said again, don't look for me for this trivial matter. If you want to look for this divine bird, Chu Heng, you should first find out Luo Xiao's whereabouts. This divine bird hates trouble. Why should I look for him? The parrot hated trouble, but Chu Yang hated it even more. How can I not look for him? Do you think it is easy to move a family? Do you think they will be willing to leave their home? Chu Yang continued, moving them away can't be done. We will have to follow up later. How long will it take? The parrot heard this and said, this is really troublesome. The most basic etiquette has to be done. People have to leave their home. I have to ask about their well-being when I have time. Finally, it said, Chu Heng, this divine bird won't get involved in this trivial matter. Don't involve this divine bird. Little bastard, your attitude is wrong. A bird should be passionate and righteous. You should roar when you see injustice. How can you learn from me and dislike all kinds of troubles? I am depraved. You can't make such a mistake. Nonsense. The parrot said angrily. Chu Heng, you have stolen many words. Don't think you can get away with the word depraved. These 2 words belong to this divine bird. As for what Chu Yang was going to do, the parrot didn't know. He should be making a fuss about Gong Sun Long. Yi Hai left Chu Yang's place and went straight back to report to Gong Sun Long. At this moment, Gong Sun Long's aura was incomparably restrained. He was no different from an ordinary person. No one could see his cultivation. His clothes were gorgeous, and he looked like a young master. The wounds on his arms had disappeared, and he seemed to like showing his arms. Did you see? Yes. In that case, he already knows what I want him to know. Speaking to that point, Gong Sun Long could not help but reveal a look of disdain. He appeared to be very disdainful. Yes, he knows everything. Yi Hai answered honestly, without a single word of falsehood. What was his reaction? Was he extremely angry? Gong Sun Long's mocking expression became even stronger. He seemed to be extremely confident in his judgment. I can't see his reaction, and I can't see his anger. Of course, Yi Hai had felt Chu Yang's anger in that instant, but at that moment, he chose to hide it. Or rather, it could be said that he deliberately wanted to make Gong Sun Long unhappy, because Chu Yang had given him enough for him to handle Gong Sun Long with ease. Oh, the smile on Gong Sun Long's face disappeared. He asked in a motionless voice, what did he say? There are a few general points. Yi Hai was prepared in advance, afraid that if he said 1 or 2 things, Gong Sun Long would comment, and then he would say something else, directly slapping Gong Sun Long in the face. At least, Yi Hai thought that there was definitely such a possibility. He said that he would do his best to do what he could, but everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Luo Xiao is no exception. Gong Sun Long frowned slightly, and then he sneered. What a sneer! How selfish! You found a good excuse. Since you become my dog, you should be aware that you're my dog as well. This sentence filled Yi Hai's heart with anger, but he didn't dare to show it. Chapter 1795. What else did he say? He also said that there is no savior in this world. The only one who can save Luo Xiao and his family is Luo Xiao himself. Gong Sun Long sneered even more coldly. He actually instigated my dog to rebel. He even denied his own cause. Everything has nothing to do with him. Everything is just me, the owner, abusing my own dog. His face suddenly turned gloomy. Things were completely different from what he had expected. Finally, he said, his heart is hard enough, and he is vicious enough. Is he as hard as you, and as vicious as you? Yi Hai sneered even more in his heart. This was really a powerful logic, a godlike logic. Chu Yang was indifferent, and he couldn't blame him at all. Finally, he asked me to tell you something. As Yi Hai spoke, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was very nervous, and he was afraid that Gong Sun Long would kill him. After he was ready, he said clearly, you are not dirty. However, what was surprising was that there was no such thing as a thunderous rage. Gong Sun Long didn't even get angry. He was just slightly surprised. I underestimated this wild dog. He actually saw through my intentions. No wonder his reaction was so cold. After a pause, he couldn't help but sneer. He is still too proud. With just one sentence, I know what kind of person he is. He still cares about the life and death of Luo Xiao and his family. Pride and arrogance were also Gong Sun Long's judgment of Chu Yang. This judgment was also in line with Chu Yang's usual behavior. Of course, Gong Sun Long had to admit that Chu Yang's temperament and cunning were amazing, not to mention his talent. Therefore, his final judgment of Chu Yang was that this was a person with a bit of a problem, but he was definitely a difficult, troublesome, and even a terrifying opponent. Is that all? Is that all? Gong Sun Long didn't stop there. He asked Yi Hai to copy Chu Yang's words, and even his tone, as much as possible. Because Yi Hai was hiding something, Gong Sun Long didn't rush him when he was organizing his thoughts, so he had enough time to deal with it. Do you know what's most buried under our feet? Ambition It's ambition. To put it nicely, it is a grand ambition, a dream. I don't know how many people have brought their ambitions to rest on the ground. Some may regret it, some may fail, but they have no regrets because they were once brilliant. Yihai told Gong Sun Long about Chu Yang Sai and finally convinced him. Gong Sun Long let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, but his heart was also on edge. After Gong Sun Long heard Chu Yang's exclamation, he seemed to be very touched. He didn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, Chu Yang agreed with Chu Yang more, and Chu Yang was more vigilant and cautious. Yihai even found that the disdain Gong Sun Long had for Chu Yang had completely disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of fear. This is really not a good thing. Yihai would rather see Gong Sun Long disdain for Chu Yang and disdain for Chu Yang than see this kind of Gong Sun Long. This kind of Gong Sun Long could face his opponent directly and be so careful and cautious. He was too difficult to deal with and also more terrifying. For him to sigh like this, his awareness is clearly not low. In the end, I still underestimated this wild dog. Those were Gong Sun Long's final words. After that, he told Yihai to scram and call the people of the Chinquan party in. As for what he planned to do, Yihai had no idea. But one thing he was certain of was that Gong Sun Long had already made the necessary adjustments and made a very good response. I wonder how he will break this time? The him that Yihai was talking about was naturally Chu Yang. Chapter 1796. Chu Yang didn't reject Luo Xiu's challenge. There were probably two reasons for this. In fact, just one was enough. Firstly, Luo Xiu longed to fight with Chu Yang, so why couldn't he agree? Secondly, if Luo Xiu could not force Chu Yang to accept the challenge, then what use would Gong Sun Long have for a dog like Luo Xiu? Therefore, if Chu Yang did not agree, it would only force Luo Xiu to do something even crazier and more extreme. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. Trouble. What did Chu Yang hate the most in his life? He felt that he already had the answer now. He was afraid of trouble, and even more afraid of causing trouble for others. Before the battle between Luo Xiu and Chu Yang, Yihai saw Luo Xiu. He saw Luo Xiu carefully wiping a long saber, a dark red long saber. This blade was the blade that Gong Sun Long gave to Luo Xiu, the Azura blade. When the Azura blade and the Azura secret technique were combined, the power would be even greater and even more astonishing. Don't you want to ask something? Luo Xiu did not say anything. His mind was focused on the Azura blade, so Yihai could only speak. His patience had always been poor, and it seemed that he would not be able to change this habit for the rest of his life. Even if I don't ask, you will tell. Luo Xiu still looked at the blade in his hand, at the dark red blade. From it, he seemed to see the flow of blood, the flow of his own blood, and his eyes slightly revealed a deathly gray gaze. Originally, I thought that what he said was unnecessary, but now it seems that I was wrong. You are really unbearable. Sigh. Yihai let out a long sigh and shook his head. Luo Xiu himself was already like this. If he gave up, what else could he ask of others? Luo Xiu finally stopped wiping the long blade. His gaze, which had been staring at the long blade, suddenly looked at Yihai. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. What did he say? You should know now, shouldn't you? I don't know. Yihai could only explain the meaning of Chu Yang's words. The one who wants to save you, the one who wants to save your family is, and definitely not him. This is clear enough. You should also understand. Of course I understand, but do I have a way? Luo Xiu's gaze was no longer sharp, but dimmer, and no longer fell on Yihai's body. Luo Xiu. Yihai suddenly laughed coldly and directly pointed at Luo Xiu and said, "This point of yours, I suddenly feel that it makes people feel extremely disgusted. In my opinion, Gong Sun Long should be the only one who would be happy. The so-called angry should be like you." Yihai's words were like a dazzling blade beam that cut through the darkness in Luo Xiu's heart. His pupils shook. Who exactly am I showing my despair to? Who am I asking for sympathy? Who am I begging? This point of his was truly loathsome to the extreme. After he discovered it, he became incomparably repulsive, beyond redemption. Does Chu Yang have this kind of magic? It was not the first time Yihai had seen Luo Xiao's despairing behavior, but he had never criticized him. But after meeting Chu Yang, Yihai was completely different. If this was not Chu Yang's credit, Luo Xiao could not think of anyone else. Maybe. Yihai looked up at the sky. If he was you, he would definitely not be like this. At least, he would not make me feel that everything is gloomy, that everything is dim, that everything is hopeless, and that the only thing left is to blame the heavens and blame others. After a pause, Yihai suddenly laughed. I dare to bet with you that what he hates the most is to blame the heavens and blame others. Chapter 1797. He said that he would only do what he could do, and that everything else had nothing to do with him. Yihai said, From this, I can conclude that what he hates the most in his life, besides complaining about the heavens and others, is trouble. Am I causing him a lot of trouble? Luo Xiao's eyes darkened once again. He was most afraid of causing trouble for others, and such a big trouble at that. Yihai laughed sarcastically. Do you think you have the qualifications to bring him trouble? Luo Xiao was stunned, and this sentence couldn't help but appear in his mind. Chu Yang's contemptuous expression appeared, and he said, I only do what I can do. Ha! He couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really don't have the qualifications to bring him trouble, but I still brought him trouble. When he said that, he must have taken my feelings into consideration. Ha! Yihai also laughed out loud. Luo Xiao, you think too highly of yourself. The words of a person like Chu Yang usually make people feel very comfortable, because they have long understood this principle. Only by making themselves comfortable, others will feel comfortable. It seems that he is indeed such a person. Luo Xiao's smile hung on his face. I seem to be a good person as well. If other people heard this, they would definitely be very disappointed and uncomfortable, and even curse their mother. Yihai could only nod. Not everyone was like this. Many people thought that their requests were justified, and they were not afraid of giving it to others. They were even afraid that others would not be troublesome enough. Can you be any more excited? Then he said to Luo Xiao, It's a blessing to have such an opponent, and to be able to die at the hands of such an opponent is even better, isn't it? Can your evaluation of him be too high? I bet that he will vomit if he hears it. Luo Xiao actually started a joke, and the light in his eyes also lit up. Even if it was death, there were different ways to die. Currently, he had two kinds of death: die proudly, die in a carefree manner, and draw the best into his life. Of course, he could also die dejectedly, and before he died, his heart was already dead. In addition, he was a challenger. Since he had challenged the other party, he should give the other party the least bit of respect. He should be in his best condition and fight with the mentality of a superior, and not just throw away his life. This would disgust Chu Yang and also humiliate himself. He couldn't waste the last moments of his life like this. Similarly, if he was only Rue, Gong Sun Long would definitely not be satisfied, and the lives of his family would be in danger. Luo Xiao also found something to be proud of. Having a friend like Yihai was the proudest thing in his life. Not many people had friends who could give them the right guidance when they needed it the most. Luo Xiao had such a friend, so the smile on his face became even brighter, but he did not say half a word of thanks, nor did he have any expression of gratitude, because all of this was unnecessary. To a friend like Yihai, thanking him was blasphemy. It was noon the next day, which was also the third day before the competition between the 6 academies, in a martial arts practice field of the Sky Academy. The sun was very good on this day, and Luo Xiao came early. He carefully looked at the ring over and over again, familiarizing himself with every corner, and only then did he feel at ease to bask in the sun. In the past, he did not feel much about the sun, and even hated the poisonous sun, but today he particularly liked the sun. This may be the last sunshine in my life, Luo Xiao said to himself. After that, he glanced at the surroundings of the arena. Many people had already arrived, and many people's gazes had even landed on him. They were pointing at him and gossiping incessantly. Chapter 1798. As for why so many people knew about his battle with Chu Yang in advance, it couldn't be any simpler. However, he was too lazy to think about it, and even more lazy to care, because his current opponent was Chu Yang, and definitely not Gong Sunlong. It was just Chu Yang, and he already couldn't spare any effort. Yihai naturally came early. Shang Wanlan, Ji Yinming, and the others also came. Lu Yunpeng and the other two, Chun Burang, and even Long Xiaojun all appeared. It could be said that there were enough people, and the quality was good enough. They couldn't ask for more. Most of them should be here for Chu Yang. They should want to see how far Chu Yang had come after this period of time. This was also Gong Sunlong's original intention, and now it seemed that his original intention was in line with many people's. Chu Yang didn't come late, but he definitely didn't come early. He just came a little earlier than the agreed time. As soon as he arrived, all eyes couldn't help but look at him. In the past, at this time, he would generally say a few words, but he had already decided to keep a low profile, so he didn't show off. Of course, Luo Xiao was also a reason. Luo Xiao was an enemy, but he was different from other enemies, so he had to show some respect. Therefore, people were very surprised when they recognized Chu Yang. They were not used to the fact that Chu Yang was not tossed around. Shang Wanlan was also not used to it, and Ji Yinming was the same. The two women seemed to have long been used to Chu Yang's shameless and proud behavior. "Brother Chu, can't you let me bask in the sun for a while?" Luo Xiao, of course, also saw Chu Yang, but under the sunlight he showed an incomparably bright smile, showing a happy face. "Brother Luo, are you saying that the sun is yours, and it has nothing to do with me?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. "Can I bask in the sun?" "Chu Hang, can you speak properly?" The parrot on his shoulder had gotten used to Chu Yang's appearance, all kinds of torment, and all kinds of clamoring. Thus, right now, it was incomparably unaccustomed to this and began to clamor. "Huh!" Below the stage, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. They thought that it was only the bird that wasn't used to it, but they never thought that even the lousy bird wasn't used to it. "Huh!" Shang Wanlan and Ji Yinming couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. This broken bird was still the same as before. It hadn't changed at all. The atmosphere of the audience was slightly livened up. The parrot began to laugh wildly. It crossed its wings and cupped its fists. Then it used Chu Yang's lines and said, "Well, long time no see, everyone. I missed you." It still felt that it was not enough, so it said, "Everyone, it's been a long time. Please give me a round of applause and sing praises to this divine bird." Everyone was speechless. Then they realized that this was the rhythm. This rhythm was Chu Yang's rhythm. The rhythm was finally right. "Is it here to steal the show?" Luo Xiao pointed to the parrot and asked Chu Yang with a smile. "Brother Luo, please forgive me." Chu Yang cupped his fists and said, "It hasn't kept up with the pace of the times. It still doesn't know what low-key is. Unlike me, who has kept up with the times and is extremely low-key." Low-key. Chu Yang actually said that he was low-key. The audience's eyes widened like copper bells. They couldn't believe the words they heard. The parrot was also stunned. Chu Hang had seized the bridgehead of the word low-key so easily. In the future, Chu Hang and low-key would be tied together. Chapter 1799. Many people couldn't help but nod subconsciously. They agreed with his words and raised their feet to show their approval. However, many people were also very puzzled. They hadn't seen him for a while. Had Shameless Chu's shamelessness reached a new height? Had he reached a higher level of evil? Before Chu Yang spoke, the parrot said, "How come I don't know about keeping a low profile?" "Ha!" The parrot's puzzled expression instantly ignited the whole audience. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter, and many people laughed until tears were about to come out. The combination of Chu Yang and the parrot was simply amazing, pushing the path of shamelessness to the peak one after another. "Ha ha! Keeping a low profile is my special term. Chu Hang, you have a nerve to steal it." The parrot's strange laughter was a bit too much, and the laughter of the audience disappeared. Chu Yang said with a smile, "Brother Luo, why are you closing your eyes in peace? Are you going to die?" Aren't you forcing me to burn incense for you to express my condolences? Luo Xiao said that he was going to die, which was true. When he was alive, he really didn't like to hear someone say that they would burn incense for him. Brother Chu, can you speak human language? Luo Xiao used the parrot's words and then said, I'm telling the truth. I'm now a mourning soldier. A mourning soldier is bound to win, Chu Yang said with a smile. Brother Luo, am I not telling the truth? Besides, why is it not speaking human language? I finally know why so many people want you to die. Luo Xiao almost gritted his teeth. Can you really make me angry? What's the situation? This is not right. Didn't they agree that Shameless Chu would strip Luo Xiao naked and hang him up to dry during the entrance examination of the Sky Academy? Therefore, Luo Xiao put on a show of bravery after being ashamed. He overtook Shameless Chu and wanted to avenge his shame with his cultivation. However, looking at the contact between the two of them, it was not the case at all. I see. Chu Yang cupped his hands to Luo Xiao and said, Brother Luo, my behavior is unreasonable. If I made you misunderstand or have a bad feeling just now, I'm deeply sorry. Here, I apologize to Brother Luo. Luo Xiao, he was truly speechless. The crowd was also shocked. This is Shameless Chu? The Shameless Chu from before. That bastard is actually apologizing. Boom. The audience was in an uproar. Did the sun rise from the west? How could Tyrant Chu apologize? This is truly inconceivable. Is this the Chu Bat Huang that I know? I haven't seen Chu Ba Huang for a while. Could it be that he has changed his appearance? What are you thinking about? Shameless Chu is definitely up to no good. That's right. Don't be fooled by his serious, cultured, and courteous look. There will definitely be a shocking reversal later. Everyone, you have to keep your eyes open and watch carefully. This is definitely a classic example of shamelessness, as well as a classic case study. When Chu Yang heard everyone's words, he thought to himself, it seems that I was more unreasonable than I thought before. No, from now on, I really have to be a good person. In the arena, he immediately cupped his fists and said to the crowd, Everyone, I've been ignorant and rude in the past. Please forgive me. I'm not far from the wrong path. I feel that the present is not the past. He continued, the past is unbearable to look back on. In the bright moon, the carved railings and jade wall should still be there, but one's nature has changed. How difficult is it to change one's nature? It's like a river flowing east. Chu Yang had originally planned to keep a low profile. However, after a few rounds, he accidentally revealed his overflowing talent, and his nature was undoubtedly exposed again. Wah! The parrot laughed so hard that it fell off Chu Yang's shoulder. This was the fucking Chu Yang it knew. Huh! After a moment of astonishment, the audience could not help but burst into laughter. Shameless Chu was indeed still the same Shameless Chu. He still said that he wanted to change his nature, but he was already shameless. Many people were already laughing like crazy. Luo Xiao also did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was really an impossible task to snatch some attention from Chu Yang. He had also completely given up. He did not need anyone to see his brilliance, and he did not need anyone to care about it. It was enough for him to care about it. He would only cheer for himself. Brother Chu, please. Chapter 1800. Please. Chu Yang also stretched out his hand. He was not afraid of Luo Xiao. He wanted to see how much trouble Luo Xiao could cause him. He would definitely not let Gong Sun Long succeed. If Gong Sun Long wanted to know his approximate strength, he would only reply with one word, wishful thinking. Although he was looking down on Luo Xiao, he did not care so much. On the arena, swords were drawn, but the atmosphere below the arena was very relaxed. Not many people thought that Luo Xiao could do anything to Chu Yang. Apart from the rumor that Luo Xiao had an old grudge with Chu Yang, there was another reason why Luo Xiao was doing this. Many people knew about it. This battle was just Gong Sun Long sending Luo Xiao to his death to test Chu Yang's strength. Many people knew what Gong Sunlong wanted. It was to let Qin Burang have a clear judgment of Chu Yang's strength, so that he could kill Chu Yang better. Of course, such a thing was tacit understanding. Swoosh! Chu Yang and Luo Xiao separated and stood on opposite sides of the arena. Bang! Before Luo Xiao could make a move, two clusters of flames shot out from his eyes. They leaped about and emitted greenish-black smoke. His long hair stood on end. His face suddenly turned green and distorted. He became extremely ugly, like a green-faced evil spirit. In the end, he grew fangs, his tongue became long, and there were barbs on it. Luo Xiao's entire body was also emitting dark green smoke. In an instant, he had become ugly and evil. It was as if an evil ghost had appeared out of thin air. Not only did it give Chu Yang a fright, it also gave everyone a big fright. At this moment, his aura also surged. As it surged, it was like a raging wave. A terrifying aura spread out and covered the entire arena. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The opponent in front of him was similar to the geniuses of the god's world. He could not be underestimated. He was a little surprised. Luo Xiao's strength was not ordinary. Hiss! Many people below the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Xiao's change had clearly exceeded the imaginations of many people, causing them to be very shocked. Luo Xiao doesn't use a saber. I've never seen him change like this before. In other words, when Luo Xiao defeated those people earlier, he didn't utilize his true strength at all. This Luo Xiao concealed his strength so deeply, he's only stronger than those geniuses of the academy. If that's the case, I'm afraid that it will really be interesting. After all, Luo Xiao's strength is astonishing. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Many people were looking forward to it, and some were even nervous as they watched the scene in the arena with rapt attention. At this moment, it was as if a hand had reached into everyone's hearts and pulled their heartstrings taut. If the beginning was like this, then what would happen later would be even more shocking. Not bad. After feeding the dog for so long, I've finally raised a fierce dog. Gong Sunlong looked at the changes in Luo Xiao from afar. It was as if he was looking at his own masterpiece. He was very satisfied, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a proud smile. He said to himself, Chu Yang, are you surprised? This time, it should be enough to make you suffer. Qin Burang was also slightly surprised. He didn't have much hope, but at this moment, he had no choice but to completely change his mind and watch the battle seriously. Azura. Luo Xiao became ugly, and his voice became extremely unpleasant. It was sharp and ear-piercing. His appearance was like a wild beast that roared in a low voice when it was in danger. The voice roared these three words from his throat. Rumble. Chapter 1801. The sea was like a real thing. Raging waves swept across it, and the rumbling sound of water could be heard. It even brought along a huge wave of water vapor that engulfed the entire area. The huge mountains were also vivid and lifelike. Ancient towering trees, huge rocks, steep cliffs, birds and beasts. It made people feel as if they were in the middle of the mountains. It was as if they could feel the gentle mountain breeze blowing in the mountains at this moment. Azura, Dharma, idol. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew a lot about Azura. Azura, it's actually Azura. Luo Xiao's martial spirit is actually Azura martial spirit. No wonder he's called Luo Xiao. I think it must have something to do with his martial spirit. I wonder if his martial spirit is the Azura of the Hell Demon Clan or the Azura of the Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation. The Azura Demon Clan was an extremely powerful clan of the Hell Demon Clan. They were born to fight, and their fighting talent was almost unparalleled. The Azura of the Buddha's path was also very aggressive and incomparably powerful. It was also one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, in the heavenly spirit world, the Azura martial spirit was divided into the Azura of the Demon Clan and the Azura of the Buddha's path. However, no matter which Azura martial spirit it was, it represented strength and astonishment. The Azura martial spirit was considered a superior martial spirit among the martial spirits. This Luo Xiao possesses the Azura martial spirit. He's clearly a genius among geniuses. He's definitely not weaker than the geniuses of our academy. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who would have thought that he actually possesses the Azura martial spirit? Hee, I'm afraid that shameless Chu is in trouble this time. He might even be beaten to death. Gong Sunlong heard everyone's astonishment and sneered. If he didn't possess the Azura martial spirit, I wouldn't have chosen him to be my dog. If it wasn't for me, how could this dog awaken the Azura martial spirit? He's not even a dog. Is it good to show your trump card at the beginning? Chuyang was not very worried. He would just use the earth where to block soldiers with arms and water with soldiers. What's the use of those insignificant tricks against you? Only a trump card that can be used will not make me a laughingstock. Luo Xiao said in a muffled voice, I might die today. How can there be no waves at the beginning? Be careful. Rumble. The Azura Dharma form pulled up the mountain, raised it high above its head, and smashed it down on Chuyang. At the same time, the ocean that the Azura was standing on surged with giant waves. The rumbling sound was deafening and shook one's mind. The scene was so grand that it caused many people to become absent-minded. If it were them, they could only surrender when faced with such fear. They had no ability to deal with it at all. That's true. Chuyang agreed with Luo Xiao's words. If this was his last battle, the end of his life, he would make it resplendent no matter what. Wang. Chuyang's sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He casually pointed a finger. Starlight burst out and immediately condensed into a small star. It flew towards the mountain. As it flew, it kept expanding. Soon, it was even bigger than the mountain that the Azura was holding. The star martial spirit. Chuyang had pretended to be himself and called himself Eastern Wilderness 002. He had used it before, so he did not need to hide it at all. He completely ignored the endless waves that surged towards him, allowing them to crash into him. He was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the ocean, but he would not capsize no matter what. It looked simple, but without a strong physical body, how could one withstand the impact of such a huge force? Rumble. The star and the mountain collided in midair. The mountain cracked first and then collapsed. Huge rocks flew and dust soared into the sky. It fell from midair as if the real mountain had exploded. Fortunately, all of these turned into surging magic power halfway, sweeping in all directions. Bang! Luo Xiao's Azura Dharma form punched and completely shattered the star, making it look like a blooming firework. Chapter 1802. Many people knew that the quality of Chuyang's spiritual energy was frighteningly high, and that he was able to kill a Transcendence realm martial artist when he was only at the spirit stage. However, they were still shocked to the extreme. This shouldn't be considered spiritual energy, but half-step to Transcendence realm. Even so, it's still shocking. Who said it wasn't? This is Chuyang. There's nothing strange about it. If it wasn't for this, I'd be surprised. Gong Sunlong, Chun Burang, and the others were not surprised by this. As for Lu Yunpeng, Xiong Long Xiang, and the others, they were not shocked at all. If Chuyang didn't have the ability, how could he humiliate them to the point that they wanted to die? I said that I will die. This is the truth, right? Huh. Luo Xiao was also shocked, but he was not surprised. He laughed loudly, as if what he said was absolutely correct. I said that you won't die. This is also the truth. When Chuyang saw Luo Xiao's demeanor, the anger in his heart grew. Such an outstanding person was forced to such a state by Gong Sunlong. Therefore, he added, Gong Sunlong is a piece of shit. You need to take him seriously. Suddenly, the entire crowd was silent. Chuyang had revealed the true nature of the matter, the true cause of the matter. As for Chuyang's public contempt for Gong Sunlong and calling him a piece of shit, no one was surprised. Instead, they felt that this was the real Chuyang. Chuyang's arrogance, Chuyang's pride, and Chuyang's lawlessness were already seen by everyone. Even the more shocking ones were not taken seriously, let alone Gong Sunlong. Anyway, when Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang heard this, they felt slightly better. Even they did not take Gong Sunlong seriously, let alone Chu Yang. Although they had to admit that Gong Sunlong did have amazing talent and was not inferior to them, this did not prevent them from looking down on Gong Sunlong. Whoosh! Gong Sunlong's face suddenly changed. His face became sinister, and his eyes became extremely venomous. It was as if he could poison the entire world to death with a single glance. He stared coldly at Chu Yang without blinking, but did not say anything. Only you have the qualifications to say that, but I don't. Luo Xiu laughed bitterly in his heart. He also wanted to be as happy as Chu Yang, but even if he didn't care about himself, he still had to care about his family. He attacked again. The Azura Dharma idol took a step forward, and the world rumbled. The arena was incomparably huge. At this moment, the light of the array on it shone. It was obvious that the power was too great, exceeding the limit that the arena could withstand. As a result, the protective mechanism of the array was triggered. Pung! The Azura Dharma idol punched out. Its fist was wrapped in raging flames, as if it was filled with endless anger. As soon as it burst out, it changed people's moods. Many people were instantly enraged, jealous, and resentful. When they suddenly woke up, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was just a flame, but it silently made them lose their minds and change their emotions. How amazing was Luo Xiu to be able to do this? The Azura Dharma idol was like a furious person. Its fist was fast and urgent, fierce and vicious. It was as if it wanted to shatter the world with one punch. It couldn't wait to destroy everything. The destructive aura that permeated from its body made people's hearts palpitate. Whoosh! Chu Yang calmly raised his hand. An array of light shot out. This, oh my God! How is this possible? Suddenly, an incredulous cry burst out from the world. Many people were stunned. After all, it was a cry of surprise. However, when they looked around, they didn't find anything at all. However, they soon understood that a god seemed to have fallen from the sky because he was too shocked. With a bang, he cut off the path of the Azura Dharma idol. It was actually Chu Yang's move that had let out a cry of shock. What made people feel even more amazed was that the god was also stunned. He was even petrified on the spot. He didn't resist the fierce attack of the Azura Dharma idol at all. However, the strange thing was that the Azura Dharma idol attacked directly, but it took 3 steps back. The flame that could easily make people angry couldn't hurt the god at all. What the hell was Shameless Chu doing? Chapter 1803. Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment. This is the Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment. Only when the Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment has been cultivated to the perfection realm, the Divine Spirit that appears will be real and can exclaim. The Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment was Sima Jian's sword art. Many people in the Sky Academy knew about it. So many people knew about the Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment very well. However, unlike before, the Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment displayed by Chu Yang this time was far more powerful than before. The reason for this was naturally because after the battle between Chu Yang and Xiao Qiuyu in the Divine Realm, Chu Yang had a great understanding of Sword Dao and even had a clear direction of his own Sword Dao. Today was different from the past. Today's Chu Yang was no longer the Chu Yang of yesterday. We haven't seen each other for a while. Not only did Shameless Chu suddenly improve by 9 small realms, he even cultivated the Divine Sword Art of Great Astonishment to the perfection realm. In this way, isn't Shameless Chu also a genius in Sword Dao? What kind of logic is that? It would be strange if he wasn't a genius in Sword Dao. Anyway, just by using the sword art to make up for the lack of realms and block the Dharma idol, I can't find any other words to say. I can only kneel down to him. Naturally, people knew that Chu Yang was amazing, but they never expected that Chu Yang could block Luo Xiu's Dharma idol so easily, and it was the incomparably powerful Azura Dharma idol. Did you notice that Chu Yang hasn't even moved from the beginning until now? It's true. Hiss. When someone noticed this, the people instantly went into an uproar and couldn't calm down for a long time. Luo Xiao was almost stunned in the field. No matter how many times he heard about Chu Yang's strength, it was useless. Only when he experienced it personally could he understand that unfathomable and powerless. At this moment, he could only use one word to describe it: inhuman. It's just a small trick. After all, it's not good enough. In the face of real power, it's just a decoration. A disdainful voice suddenly came from the outermost circle, which shocked people. Who is so arrogant? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of shameless Chu? Don't you know that shameless Chu is also called Chu Quangren? He instantly got the answer. It was Gong Sun Long, a follower behind Gong Sun Long. Everyone looked over and wondered if this was Gong Sun Long's idea. The servant smiled coldly and said, "Do you think I'm joking? That dog." He became even more rampant and directly ordered Luo Xiao, "You immediately use the second form of Azura and beat the wild dog to death." Everyone was shocked. He was just a servant, yet he dared to be so impudent. Luo Xiao's blood rushed to his face, and his entire body trembled. "Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Chu Yang's expression turned cold as killing intent surged in his heart. He was enraged. He and Luo Xiao were having a great battle in the field. It was disrespectful for the people outside to interfere, but the other party actually spoke rudely. Chu Yang felt even more indignant for Luo Xiao. He even felt a sharp pain in his skin. Luo Xiao was not an unreasonable person. He was talented and was willing to work hard. Together with many hard-working and diligent people, he even reminded Chu Yang of himself, who struggled in his past life. However, Luo Xiao was humiliated in such a way, which really made him angry. "Just a small trick?" He stared coldly at Gong Sun Long. "Is this your idea? Come, tell me what a small trick is, so that I'll feel so inferior that I want to cry." "Wah!" The parrot, who had been silent for a long time, poked Gong Sun Long with its wings and roared, "Hey, that lowly person is all talk and no action." Bring your balls and show them a few moves so that everyone can see how capable you are. Chapter 1804. Huh. Cui Xinho and the other two couldn't help but burst into laughter. The parrot didn't have any skills and couldn't say anything, so it found Gong Sun Long to be its scapegoat. It even sold itself out, exposing its lack of intelligence. Their laughter made many people burst into laughter, but it was immediately interrupted by a roar. "How dare you? Chu Yang, who do you think you are? You think you can call him young Master Gong's son? Who do you think you are? Look at yourself first. You won't even know how you died later. Even Qianzi doesn't dare to do this. Wild dog, why do you dare to do this?" Qianzi. These were the members of the Qinquan party. Many people realized that they were scared to death. The whole place was silent, and the laughter could no longer be heard. Qianzi's reputation was obvious. Qianzi? Chu Yang heard this name again and thought to himself, "Is Gong Sun Long related to Qianzi?" He didn't say anything, and neither did the parrot. "Wild dog, are you scared now? It's not too late to kneel down and apologize. Qianzi might let you be a dog. You don't know what's going on, and you only know your mistake now. Let me tell you, it's too late. Just wait to be skinned alive." The members of the Qinquan party became more and more brazen. Chu Yang heard them, but he still didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to compete with who had the loudest voice, who was harsher, and who was more powerful. At least, he wasn't interested in that now. Therefore, he only set a limit in his heart. If he exceeded this limit, he would have to bear the consequences. Chu Yang's behavior was not the style of the Chu group. The members of the Qinquan party became more brazen. That's all you got. A wild dog is a wild dog. You can't do much." Boom! Everyone's mind exploded. Could it be that even shameless Chu is afraid of Qianzi? At this moment, there was even more silence. Everyone in the Sky Academy had heard of Qianzi. Who didn't know him? Who wouldn't dare to offend or blaspheme him? Therefore, Even shameless Chu wouldn't dare. Little bastard, when it's time for you to perform, is it appropriate for you not to show up? Chui Xinho's voice cut in and immediately became the center of attention. TSK. The parrot rolled its eyes and said in disdain, "Do you think this divine bird is stupid? How could this divine bird, a divine bird, be stained with filth and low-level things that bastard king, Chu, could not avoid? Pinching a smelly bug to death wouldn't make it so bad, even if it stinked for half a day. Little Chui, get out of my sight. Little bitch, you must remember this. You are a bird, and you are specifically used to deal with insects." Bullshit. The parrot was flustered and exasperated. Little green jade, you are insulting this bird. Originally, it was a conflict between Chu Yang and the Chinquan party, but the sudden change in focus caused many people to be confused. After a while, they finally understood. So this was the case. TSK. Then you three playthings, the time has come when I need you. The parrot pointed its wing at Lu Yunpeng and the other two. Now is the time for you to show your true colors. Hurry up and move. Lu Yunpeng and the other two squinted their eyes. This damn bird understood that it wasn't little green jade and the other two. Damn it, what's wrong with you three playthings? You need to deal with people of this level? The parrot was filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, "At this time, you dare to make excuses for this divine bird? Are you itching for a beating again? Damn bird." Lu Yunpeng crossed his arms and squinted at it. He said solemnly, "I ask you to pay attention to my level. Can you be more careful?" Chapter 1805. Xiao Wanjin, Xiong Longxiang, and Xiong Longxiang all looked down on the parrot, causing it to fly into a rage. It raised its neck and roared, "Io, you three are really going against the heavens. I asked you to clean up the trash, and all of you actually acted like second masters. You even complained that it was dirty and smelly. However, this is your job. Do you understand?" Flap, flap. The parrot flew over and started a fight with the three of them. It scolded them while beating them up. It was really intense, even more so than Chu Yang and Luo Xiao. The parrot's antics caused everyone's expressions to be really interesting. Needless to say, their mood was even worse. Shameless Chu didn't even fart, and he already looked down on the Chinquan party in Qianzi. However, this was the Chinquan party, Qianzi. Was this appropriate? Preposterous. You are all courting death. All of you deserve to die. The members of the Chinquan party were all enraged. Chu Yang actually felt that paying attention to them was a form of humiliation to himself. Wild dog, you will regret today's arrogance for the rest of your life. No one dares to be so preposterous and arrogant like you. You are dead. You will definitely die. No one can save you. They were even more furious now. Chu Yang slightly restrained the anger in his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at them. You're all born from your own mothers and raised by your own fathers. I treat you as human beings with compassion and compassion. But don't treat me as someone without a temper, understand? Huh. Everyone's mind exploded. Then they thought to themselves, this is the real shameless Chu. Huh. The Chinquan party members laughed. Wild dog, when did you have such a good temper? Previously, you killed people because of a disagreement. Now, you actually have compassion. What a joke. You're afraid of Qianzi, but still want to act tough. You're just acting tough on the outside. Hypocrite. Don't you know that you will only make yourself more laughable? Ha, wild dog won't. Just when this person from the Chinquan party wanted to mock Chu Yang, he suddenly felt Chu Yang's cold gaze sweeping over. His killing intent gushed forth like tidal waves. This person was like a duck that was grabbed by the neck as he abruptly stopped speaking. Chu Yang didn't make a move, but just as he withdrew his killing intent. Wild dog, how dare you be so fierce? Kill. Why don't you try and kill one? When Qianzi returns, I want to see how you kneel and beg for mercy. I want to see how you die. He's scared to death of Qianzi. Why would he schwa? A beam of black light swept over, instantly transforming into a crescent moon that was dyed black. It swept through all the members of the Chinquan party, including Qianzi. How terrifying. It's too scary. A devil phantom appeared in the air as it let out a voice filled with shock. At this moment, it sounded extremely mocking. It was like Chu Yang was replying to the members of the Chinquan party, saying that he was truly terrified after hearing Qianzi's name. Rumble. The void there trembled and a loud explosion echoed. Gong Sun Long blocked the black crescent moon with his palm. A line of blood appeared on his palm, and then blood spurted out. He retreated more than a dozen steps in the air until he dodged the pressure of the devil shadow. He only managed to stop after dodging the pressure of the devil shadow. The rest of the members of the Chinquan party either had their necks cut, were chopped in half, or were shattered by the devil phantom. Rumble, 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 rumble. Chen Burang's pupils shrunk when he saw the blade. His heart was filled with shock. Can you control your dog? Today's battle was originally arranged by you, but you came here to cause trouble. Rumor, rumor, are you crazy? Rumor, 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 rumor. Chapter 1806. It was fine if he was not angry, but once he was angry, the world would be turned upside down. Shameless Chu, this was Shameless Chu. His dignity could not be blasphemed or challenged. Chu Yang originally planned to kill Gong Sun Long after the battle with Luo Xiao, but he did not mind killing Gong Sun Long in advance. Facing such a challenge, Gong Sun Long did not say anything. His face was as calm as an ancient well, and he did not leave. At this moment, no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Although you're not up to par, you're still decent. Although Chu Yang's words were full of contempt, he did not look down on Gong Sun Long. Someone who could cut off his brother's arm was definitely not weak. Gong Sun Long still did not say anything. He was still as calm as an ancient well. Chu Yang's gaze was calm. He did not say anything and said to Luo Xiao in the arena, "Brother Luo, please." At this moment, the crowd started to discuss. What was that saber skill? It was so powerful from such a distance. It should be the Demon of Astonishment saber skill. Shameless Chu evolved it from the Demon of Astonishment sword skill. He used it once before. Even if it was evolved from the Demon of Astonishment sword skill, its power shouldn't be so shocking, right? At such a distance, one slash could kill everyone except Gong Sun Long. That's right. The members of the Cosmos Party are arrogant, but they are definitely not weak. At such a distance, how could one slash have such terrifying power? Because that was Shameless Chu's saber skill. Such a reason immediately silenced all the discussions. It seemed that such a reason was enough. What could Shameless Chu not do? They did not understand, but they could not understand the profoundness behind it. That slash was actually the result of the fusion of the spirit and martial soul. The saber was darkness, and darkness was the saber. Chu Yang used the law of darkness to trigger the shadows of the Cosmos Party and turn them into a saber. That was why the power was so shocking. Everyone had a shadow, and the silent invasion of darkness was usually undetectable. Although it was controlled from a distance and was not powerful enough, its lethality was still shocking. During his trip to the realm of the gods, Chu Yang had gained a lot of insights into the laws. In that instant just now, he had only displayed a little bit of his brilliance. Luo Xiao spent a lot of effort to calm down his shocked mood and let out a long breath of turbid air. Chu Yang's saber strike just now had truly frightened him. Previously, in the battle with Chu Yang, if Chu Yang had used such a saber technique, it would have been difficult for him to block it. Brother Chu, this is truly astonishing, Azura's second form. In the midst of Luo Xiao's roar, the original Azura Dharma form was immediately shrouded in a greenish-black smoke. With a series of loud bangs, the greenish-black smoke exploded one after another, revealing 9 ferocious heads. In the blink of an eye, the Azura's second form was revealed before everyone's eyes. It had 9 heads, 1,000 eyes on each head, 990 arms, and 8 legs. Among the 990 arms, there were 2 arms that held up the sun and the moon respectively. The rest of the arms were all incomparably huge, capable of blocking out the light of the sun and moon. This is the second form of Azura? Chu Yang was a little surprised. He could clearly feel that the second form of the Azura Dharma form was much stronger than the first form. If the first form was a sheep, then the second form would be a wolf. The second form of Azura was incomparably huge. With 988 arms spread out, they covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. To be precise, it formed a huge darkness, causing many people to be unable to see the sun in the sky. Chapter 1807. Dong, Dong, Dong. Azura took a big step forward and closed in on Chu Yang. With every step he took, the ring, which was protected by a formation, was immediately crushed and collapsed. Countless dazzling rays of light burst out, and the huge ring shook violently, like a mountain that was about to collapse. At first, the Azura's speed was very slow, but it suddenly accelerated, and the airflow it stirred up immediately formed a hurricane that swept out. The huge Dharma form was like a greenish-black mountain that was being forcefully pushed forward, rumbling and crushing. Bang! 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 The arena began to explode. The materials on it kept flying out. Then, the entire arena collapsed. It was as if a mountain had collapsed and sunk into the ground. The water under the ground seemed to have rushed out at this moment. Bang! 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 Chu Yang stood in the air. His sleeves were flapped by the strong wind like a whip. There was a crisp sound. It's too big. It's not flexible enough. Its strength is not concentrated. If you give up too much, the gains will not make up for the losses. Chu Yang's voice was very clear in the loud noise. When it fell into the ears of the people, everyone knew that he was pointing out Luo Xiu's weakness. However, the so-called weakness was not a weakness at all in the eyes of the people. No matter how inflexible the Dharma form was, it was enough to deal with them. Brother Chu, it's not enough to just talk. If the truth can be understood just by talking, there won't be so many things in the world. Luo Xiu did not agree with Chu Yang's view. You're right. Chu Yang agreed with Luo Xiu's point of view. Chi, Chi. He stretched out his hand and flicked out 8 rays of light. Each of them took the 8 legs of the Azura Dharma form and slashed them horizontally. The 8 legs were like human legs. The rays of light flashed and disappeared. In an instant, the bloodlines on the 8 legs of the Azura burst out. Then, 8 deities appeared and exclaimed, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" All 8 of its legs were severed and exploded. With a loud boom, the huge Azura Dharma idol fell heavily to the ground, destroying the arena, which was already badly damaged, even more thoroughly. It was solved so easily. Luo Xiu was shocked. He was very stubborn, but the result was cruel. It's really too big. He let out a heavy sigh. The second form of the Azura Dharma power was something he was proud of. He never thought that it would be so weak. Because it was too big, it was easy for Chu Yang to attack it. Just now, even if he wanted to manipulate the Azura Dharma idol to dodge, there was no time to do so. Especially when facing a swordsman like Chu Yang, whose attacks were unparalleled. Dealing with the huge Azura Dharma idol was like chopping down a giant tree with an axe. There was no pressure at all. Luo Xiu was enlightened, but he was not discouraged. Brother Chu, please take a look at my Azura Dharma form. What do you think its third form? The earth shook violently as the Azura's Dharma idol was pulled out from the ground. It collapsed inwards and shrank into a huge meatball. Then, heads popped out from the meatball like bamboo shoots after the rain. In an instant, there were thousands of heads. The neck appeared. 2 shoulders appeared as wide as the sea. The sea water was turbulent, as if it was carrying 2 oceans. 1,000 hands, 2 feet. The roar was like thunder, and the sound waves rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The roar made everyone's mind go blank in an instant. This was the third form of the Azura. Compared with the second form, it was much smaller. It was only 30 feet tall. The thousands of heads were dense, strange, and frightening. All of them burst out with cold eyes, as if 1,000 evil spirits were mixed together. Rumble! This was not the sound of thunder, but the roar of the Azura Dharma idol. Chapter 1808. My heavens! What kind of attack is this Luo Xiao? It's just a roar, and it's like 1,000 lightning strikes. How can he block it? How can he block it? It's simply unimaginable. How can he block it? What a joke. If Shameless Chu was able to block such an attack, would he still be human? It's too terrifying. Just one sound wave is difficult to deal with, let alone 1,000 sound waves. If 1,000 sound waves are released in unison, then everything will be destroyed wherever they pass. Nothing will be able to survive. Many people felt their scalps go numb. They were extremely horrified. Such a terrifying method even caused many people to tremble in fear. They looked at the 1,000 sound waves as if they were facing a lightning tribulation. It was as if the heavens could not tolerate them and were completely enraged, determined to kill them. Chen Burang's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He was completely shocked by such an attack. He had never thought that Luo Xiao could be so shocking. Humph! Gong Sunlong, who was far away, could not help but snort coldly. Chu Yang, do you think my attack is so easy to deal with? Even if I can't force you to use your trump card, I'll definitely be able to get a rough idea of your strength. He was very confident in this, because even he had to be careful when facing Luo Xiao. Seeing this, Chu Yang revealed a look of astonishment. This attack was almost on par with the attack of the Scion of Light. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. It was not difficult to deal with it, but how to prevent Gong Sunlong from getting his way and prevent Chen Burang from seeing his strength was very difficult. I can only make a fuss about the shocking divine sword art and the shocking demon saber art. Sword and saber, light and darkness. He racked his brains and suddenly thought of the alternation between day and night. After day, it was night, and after night, it was day again. Light and darkness were always alternating. The alternation of light and darkness. Buzz! Finally, he was shocked, and a smile appeared on his face. He could not help but say, "Not bad." Chu Yang's voice wasn't very loud, but still suppressed the rumbling sound and clearly entered everyone's ears. That kind of calmness instantly made those fearful people feel as if they had found a backbone, and they were no longer panicking. Just not bad? Luo Xiao's voice, he was naturally unconvinced. Chu Yang didn't say anything. This not bad was directed at him, not at Luo Xiao, but there was no need to explain. With a hiss, he flicked his finger, and a beam of light burst out. This seemed to be the first light of dawn. Impossible. How is this possible? This can't be real. The deity's cries of surprise rang out again, but they only managed to block out 300 or so rays before vanishing completely. However, as soon as the deity disappeared, a demonic figure appeared. What is this? It's unbelievable. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? Exclamations of surprise and astonishment resounded in the hearts of everyone present. It was as if they were voicing the thoughts in everyone's heart. How is this possible? How is this possible? After the astounding divine sword technique was destroyed, the astounding demonic saber technique actually burst out. People couldn't believe it. They really felt that it was like a dream, and it felt very unreal. This was like painstakingly destroying a divine sword, but giving birth to a demonic saber. How could there be such a logic in the world? And how could there be such an unimaginable thing? However, the shocking thing was behind. After the astounding demonic saber technique canceled out another 300 or so sound waves, the astounding divine sword technique actually burst out again. The deity that appeared canceled out another 300 or so sound waves. When the astounding demonic saber technique appeared again, Luo Xiao's shocking attack was completely wiped out. The sword technique and saber technique switched and connected smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water, wonderful to the extreme. Sword technique and saber technique, you live and I die, and so on, never stopping. It was miraculous and could not be described with words. Luo Xiao was dumbfounded on the spot. The sharp saber energy swept over and cut a line of blood on his face. It was like a soft willow branch being blown by the spring breeze. It gently swept over, and it was slightly itchy. In the collapsed arena and the messy battlefield, some soil rustled and fell into the deep pit. They moved quietly and quietly, as if they were afraid of disturbing something. In the distance, Gong Sun Long was reluctant to leave. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was staring in the direction where his beloved woman had left. He seemed to be in deep sorrow, and he seemed to be thinking hard about what he had done wrong and why his beloved woman had left him. Chapter 1809. Sure enough, I was telling the truth. After a long time, Luo Xiao regained his composure and said this sentence. Many people understood, but there were also many people who did not. Gong Sun Long understood. Chun Burang understood. Luo Xiao would definitely die. Therefore, what Luo Xiao had said before was naturally the truth. When he said that he would definitely die today, it was indeed the truth. At this moment, even Gong Sun Long and Chun Burang were unable to refute him. Sigh, this Luo Xiao is truly pitiful. Some people were already feeling sorry for Luo Xiao and sighing endlessly. He is indeed worthy of sympathy, but to be able to die in the hands of Chu Wuxian, it's not an ugly death. Although many of those who died at the hands of Chu Wuxian were unworthy, how could those people compare to Luo Xiao? After Luo Xiao's death, when people think of him again, they will definitely recall the scenes of today. They will definitely remember Chu Wuxian's godlike and peerless sword technique. That's right, the first time Chu Wuxian used such a sword technique, Luo Xiao died, and such a sword technique became his epitaph, telling everyone that he died under such an unimaginable sword technique, and that he died a worthy death. Luo Xiao was an opponent, and a good one at that. At the very least, Luo Xiao's coercion had allowed Chu Yang to have a breakthrough, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of light and darkness. However, he did not like dejected opponents. He only liked dejected opponents. Opponent and opponent were only two words apart. But to Chu Yang, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was just like the difference between Luo Xiao and Gong Sun Long. What I said is also the truth. Chu Yang's voice was still not very loud, but it was incomparably certain. If Gong Sun Long wanted Luo Xiao to die, then he wanted Luo Xiao to not die. Ha! Luo Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. In that case, I should be happy. You should be happy. It's a bit early for me to be happy. It's not early at all. Chu Yang's every word was extremely domineering. Those who understood the conversation between him and Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel apprehensive. They were even more impressed. Gong Sun Long, I won't let you have your way. Moreover, I'll let you know what you, Gong Sun Long, can do. Then shouldn't I be thanking you? Thank me? Chu Yang suddenly laughed. Wait, I'm afraid you'll want to tear me to shreds. Luo Xiao also did not understand, but he did not need to understand. A dead person did not need to understand. With a clanging sound, Luo Xiao pulled out the saber in his hand. The azure saber in his hand shone with a dark red sharp saber light. It was as if the moment the saber was unsheathed, it had already cut open Su Kong's flesh and blood splattered out. The sharp dark red saber gleam was like a splatter of blood. When it fell into the eyes of the crowd, it made them feel as if the blood had splashed onto their faces. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. What a terrifying saber. Azure Blade, is this the Azure Blade? Luo Xiao has finally made his move. He is most proficient in saber techniques. Shameless Chu's sword, Luo Xiao's saber. I'm afraid this will be even more breathtaking. I have to admit, even though I know that the winner will definitely be Shameless Chu, but now I am still shocked, and fear is born in my heart. This Luo Xiao is not an ordinary person after all, but it's a pity that he met Shameless Chu. Perhaps being born in the same era as Shameless Chu is the most lamentable thing in itself. Among the crowd, there were even more people who felt sorry for Luo Xiao, and were even more amazed by Chu Yang's extraordinariness. It was as if Chu Yang was the emperor of their era, and had already controlled all directions and was the only one who reigned supreme. With a clang, Chuyang also pulled out his contradictory sword, a pitch-black contradictory sword. Chapter 1810. Good sword. Luo Xiao only glanced at it. He didn't know much about Chu Yang's sword, so he couldn't help but blurt out. That was because he instantly noticed the extraordinariness of this sword. Needless to say, a sword that could become Chu Yang's sword would definitely not be bad. What sword is this? Not to mention Chen Burang and Gong Sun Long, who were eager to know Chu Yang's strength. Even Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were shocked and extremely concerned. Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, Lejing, and the parrot were no exception. They hadn't seen Chu Yang for a while, and Chu Yang had changed too much. He actually had an excellent sword. This is not only a good sword, but also a good saber. As Chu Yang spoke, the contradictory sword in his hand shone with a sharp light, causing people to lose their vision instantly. When people saw this sword again, it had actually turned into a saber. It was no longer a sword, but a miraculous saber. But the similarity was that whether it was a sword or a saber, they were all black. If it was a sword, it would definitely be a good sword. And if it was a saber, it would definitely be a good saber. Everyone was shocked again. Such a divine weapon that could change its form was definitely an enviable weapon. And Chu Yang said that this was a good sword and a good saber. He was definitely not bragging. Chen Burang and Gong Sun Long's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Luo Xiao's tiger eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Is this a sword or a saber? Chu Yang smiled slightly. A sword is a saber, and a saber is a sword. Sabers and swords have never differentiated themselves. It's just that you guys forcibly made a distinction between them. Such a novel point of view, to understand sabers and sword from the perspective of sabers and swords, made Luo Xiao's heart shrink fiercely. In Chu Yang's hands, sabers and swords were no longer inanimate objects. Chu Yang had already regarded sabers and swords as people, living people. I want to refute, but I have to admit that what you said is right. Luo Xiao gently stroked the blade of the Luo Xiao saber and muttered to himself, perhaps this Luo Xiao saber of mine is called a sword. Its name is saber, not sword. When Chu Yang opened his mouth again, Luo Xiao was almost stunned. Chu Yang's two statements kept colliding in his mind. They were very contradictory, but he couldn't say that either one was wrong. This was because every sword and every saber was different. Just like humans, although they were all humans, their personalities were different. Therefore, a saber was a saber, and a sword was a sword. Luo Xiao's heart sank. Chu Yang's comprehension of the saber and sword sounded extremely novel. However, when one thought about it carefully, this novelty caused one to tremble in fear. Only those who had sufficient understanding of the sword and saber could come up with such a novel idea. The reason why Chu Yang's ideas were novel was because he observed the sword and the saber from an angle that many people had not discovered. Furthermore, he comprehended the sword and the saber from such an angle. He had already jumped out of the understanding of his predecessors. No, I'm afraid that the predecessors have already comprehended this principle. Chu Yang had only reached such a height, but he had not. That was why he felt that it was novel when he heard it. I'm inferior. Luo Xiao let out a long sigh in his heart. He originally thought that in the way of the saber, he would definitely not lose to Chu Yang. However, even the saber technique that he was most proficient in was actually inferior to Chu Yang. Compared to Chu Yang, he was completely useless. One could imagine the feeling in his heart. Your saber should have grown with you. I'm not wrong, right? Luo Xiao was forcefully finding an advantage for himself. Chapter 1811. Clang, clang, clang. The black long blade in Chu Yang's hand trembled slightly, as if it was emitting a joyous sound, causing everyone to be even more alarmed. The sound of a divine weapon resonating with its master. Clang, clang, clang. The long blade in Luo Xiu's hand also trembled slightly, as if it was responding to the opponent's provocation. My Azura blade is at the Nirvana realm. Swish, a dark red blade light burst out. Luo Xiu held the Azura blade and pointed it at Chu Yang. Your blade is inferior to mine. Chu Yang did not leave Luo Xiu any leeway, nor did he leave any hope for Luo Xiu. He said bluntly, You are inferior to me, so your blade is naturally inferior to mine. Swish! The spirit that Luo Xiu had just released disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not to mention the blade in his hand. Even if the blade in Chu Yang's hand was inferior to Luo Xiu's, his blade was still inferior to Chu Yang's. Divine weapons in different hands had completely different results, which could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. It was the same for the blade. No matter how good the blade was, if it fell into the hands of someone who did not understand the blade, it would only be covered in dust. Luo Xiu discovered once again that he was crushed by Chu Yang in all aspects. The despair in his heart increased, but his aura became even sharper. Just like what he said, he was a desperate soldier. Let me take a look at your blade. You've already seen it just now. Then I'll let you take a look at my blade. Luo Xiu let out a long howl, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Because he used the Azura martial spirit, his face had become incomparably ugly. But at this moment, all of the ugliness had disappeared. His entire person had become incomparably elegant, like an unyielding general, and even more like a warrior who was unafraid of death. If a man seeks death on the battlefield, why would he need to bury his body in battle? Luo Xiu's aura was tragic and heroic. When his aura rose to the peak, he slashed out with his blade. Not a ghost. Hee hee, hee hee. As soon as the blade appeared, it was as if the underworld had been sliced open. Ghostly fog suddenly surged out and dyed the void black. The surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly, seemingly caused by the appearance of endless spirits. With a single slash, 100 ghosts appeared in the night. Their stomachs were bloated, and wherever they passed, they were like locusts devouring everything. Every single one of them was a hungry ghost. The hungry ghost path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Luo Xiu's saber move seemed to be the 6 paths of reincarnation saber technique, but it also seemed to not be. However, it had the power of the hungry ghost Dao, one of the 6 paths. However, in an instant he completely understood. Shura belonged to the Azura path of the 6 paths. Shura didn't have the benevolence of the heavenly path, and it was similar to the ghost realm. However, if one said that it was a demon ghost, it had the power of a god. If one said that it was a human, although it had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human, it had the power of a god and a demon ghost. Therefore, it was a monster that was neither a god, a ghost, nor a human. It was a monster that existed between gods, ghosts, and humans. This saber move that wasn't a ghost was obviously one of Luo Xiu's understandings of Shura. With the help of the Shura martial spirit, it activated the power of the hungry ghost path. Shura had the blessings of a celestial being, but it didn't have the virtues of a celestial being. The main problem was hatred. Zen Buddhism once said that the heart is the Buddha. Therefore, the Shura path was in everyone's heart. Dharma, Huaxian, Yishilunyun. There is no other way in the 3 realms. Only the heart can do it. The heart can go to hell. The heart can go to heaven. The heart can go to the mortal. The heart can go to the sage. The Azura described in the Buddhist scriptures was the reincarnation of the heart of arrogance, the heart of hatred. Hatred. Chu Yang immediately thought of the 3 impurities mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures: greed, hatred, and foolishness. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.